Yeah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, the Dwayne, y'all. How are we? How are we? We're back again, back again. Yes, one chugna, and welcome back to another Talk Your Talk Tuesday. Hope you guys can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. Testing. And yeah, man, how is everyone? How's everyone? Hello. Hi to you as well. We say hi to you. And yeah, man, how is everyone? We're back again. We just turn off a little bit. Let's go. Well, yeah, I do apologize. I'm a bit under the weather. I don't know about you guys. I don't know who else is under the weather as well. I don't know if it's what it is, just nasty. Yes, I did get myself tested out as well, so we're all good. Just don't know, you know what time it is. I don't want to say it out loud just in case it might get censored. What is going on here and what is the topic? Today is Talk Your Talk Tuesday. Is every topic's on the table. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. But I got a little thing that I wanted to watch with you guys soon. Kick it off, and I thought, yeah. But yeah, today is Talk Your Talk Tuesday, so it's whatever topic we're gonna talk about, break it down, see what's going on, and yeah, man. Got a couple of links that I wanted to play for you guys as well. And that's about it. So I hope this person you got a gift. So and again, والله لو ما انت هذا كل سبتين فضلا مش Somali speakers, like, share, subscribe, no good before all the good stuff. ملفوق بينو تقطع هذا عم كرسان انتهى انت كلا واسك بلا شو ولا ريال. And yeah, I thought I might as well get into it, man. I saw this video and it was trending a couple of hours ago, my brothers and sisters, and it's been trending. And I saw it, I said, you know what, as soon as I saw this, I have a question then. Go ahead, answer your question. Go ahead, you might as well answer. Do you want to jump on the link and answer it if you want? You can press the link, is right there for anyone that's new. Again, you can have your say, join the panel. But go ahead, give me the question. As long as it's not a troll question, yeah? Don't troll me, please. It's too early. We're 3 minutes into the game. Unless you're super on it, you get what I'm going for. So go ahead, fire away. We're gonna be waiting for you before I flip it up. Sorry, guys, I'm gonna might be cutting off a lot tonight because I'm coughing a lot. My chest is effed. Any remedies and all of that. It's not a troll question, bro. What's that? Yeah, I am. Alhamdulillah. Do you hear me say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh? Well, yeah. Didn't this give it away, Somali speakers or whatnot? Yeah, man. Alhamdulillah. Proud Sunni Muslim, brother. You get me? Why, what about yourself? Sister, brother, I don't know. You get me? It seems like that's a very interesting question. I think yeah. I don't know, yeah. What about you? What about yourself? I hope you and I are as well. You get where I'm coming from? But apparently, that's an interesting one. The video I'm gonna play has got a lot to do with Islam as well soon, and I want people's thoughts on it as well. Yeah, people ask all these questions, you know that. But I understand sometimes it's good. It's good. Sorry, I don't really wear the the polyester dress. You know the ones, my brother. Like sometimes. Yes, I'm gonna salute my family. What's going on, my brother? Assalamu alaikum. What did this brother say? You know what? Yeah, you're a Christian apparently. I'm not well that versed. If you get where I'm coming from, I don't even know. Not really. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not really versed in that, so I wouldn't even know. And I don't want to be saying stuff out loud when I'm not versed, and I rather let a brother or sister that's more knowledgeable. But I'd probably tell you go speak to your local imam go into a mosque, have a conversation, you know, you're gonna come from Assalamu alaikum family. That's my type of question. I don't even know, it's in a hadith. If anyone can answer that question for the guy, you guys can, you get where I'm coming from. He said it baffles him. It's in a hadith. I'm not even sure. You gotta maybe if you while you're in the comment section, you know, some of the brothers and sisters that are more knowledgeable. But again, my favorite advice to people like you yourself, if you're Christian, go to your local mosque, man. Go seek out like proper people that's in a mosque. And that's my advice. Because online, I feel like a lot of people could misguide you, you know, the most. I've say my best thing is it's more to go to a mosque, ask someone that, you know. Again, I wouldn't know. So you gotta ask someone. You get me? That's it's a bit of a weird one. Yeah. Again, like I said to you, that's my advice. I'll tell brothers and sisters. I don't know why a lot of people seek advice over online to talk strangers that they don't know, you know. So my advice is go to a brother or sister that's more knowledgeable. Yeah, that's my answer. Allah ya'lam. There's no possible way at the top of my head that I want to answer a question that I do not know nothing about. So I do apologize. Yeah. Anywho, let's get on with it, guys. It's been an interesting little while. And the question, no, forget that. I wanted to actually play this for you guys still. Big up, man like Faz in the builds. I see you, my brother. I see you. There you are again, guys. Please, again, I'm going to be reminding you, HBO, man, help the brother out by hitting up the like button, hitting up the subscribe button. I'm going to be getting on to you guys left, right, center today as well. I want to see them likes up today on the show still, if you can. If you got a love for man. If you don't, just, you know, hit the dislike if you don't like us as well. Okay. So, what was I going to say? Yeah, guys, I wanted you guys to watch this. And let me know what your thoughts are on this next video I want to play for you guys.
Soomaalida ku dhaqan waddankaasi Holland ayaa isku haysta masjid iyo ciidamada ammaanka ee waddankaasi oo soo kala dhex galay iyo xaalad oo cakiran. Haddaba maxay tahay sababta masaajidkani la isugu haysto oo ah beydkii Ilaahay? Barnaamijka ayaynu ku qaadaa dhigi doonaa. Ha yeeshee daawaday taynaan barnaamijka u gudagelin. Haddaa channelkan ku cusub tahayna subscribe saar. Asxaabtaada la wadaag. Kusoo dhawaada barnaamijka. Guddoomiyaha jaaliyadda Siwola ee Soomaalida ku dhaqan waddankaasi Holland Cabdiqaadir Cali Nuune ayaa sheegay inuu ka cadhooday waxa halkaasi ka socda. Waxa uu sheegay in aysan habboonayn khilaaf in muddo soo jiitamaya una dhexeeya guddida Soomaaliya oo maamula masjidka Quba oo ah masjidka Soomaalidu ay maamusho ee ku yaala magaalada Amsterdam ayaa weli xal laga gaarin. Sida guddoomiyaha waxa uu sheegay khilaafkani wuxuu bannaanka u soo baxay markii imaamkii masjidka Sheikh Suldaan uu ka saaray guddiga Cabdirasaaq oo ah guddiga ka tirsanaa, taasoo sababtay buu yidhi in xubno kale oo guddiga ka mid ahna ay ka cadhoodaan tallaabada shiikhu qaaday in iyaga Sheikh Suldaan ay ka saareen guddiga masjidka markii dambe. Waxaana khilaafku lagu hala soo galay marxalad cusub iyadoo maalinba maalin ka dambaysa la soo warinayo in xaaladdu ka
Imagine a natural weight loss method so powerful it could help you lose up to 30 pounds in the first month with no changes to eating habits.
si darayso ayna noqotay in gebi ahaanba masjidku ay isku gadaamaan ciidamada ammaanka ee booliiska ee waddankaasi Holland si markaasi loo kala dhex galo xubnaha isku haya maamulka masjidka Quba. Inkastoo la helayo warar hoose oo tibaaxaya in culimada islaamka ee Soomaaliyeed si hoose u dhex gashay muddadii khilaafkani hoos ka socday laakiin lagu guuldaraystay in khilaafkani xal laga gaadho wallow kooxaha masjidka Quba ay isku adeegsanayaan dumar iyo rag taariku salaada oo laga soo dhaadhiciyay in tani lagu faquuqayo hal qabiil sida uu sheegay Cabdiqaadir Cali Nuune gudoomiyaha ayaa waxa uu sheegay in midaasi aysan noqon karin mid xal lagu gaarayo guddi ka socday masjidka Tibluruqa una soo istaagay in khilaafkan la dhameeyo kuwaasoo isku dayaya inay isku soo dhaweeyaan labada garab ee ku muransan masjidka balse maalinnimadii Axadee la soo dhaafay ayay ahayd markii kulankii wajigii labaad la iskugu yimaaday ayaa waxaa laga dhageystay kulankii ay la soo yeesheen xubnaha xifaltanka uu ka dhaxeeyo kala dhaxeeya masjidka Quba waxaana halkaasi lagu soo bandhigay codad markaasi dadweynaha mas'uuliyiinta ay isweydaarsadeen kuwaasi oo aan saxaafadda ku habbooneen in halkan in lagula wadaago si kastaba ha ahaatee gudoomiyaha ayaa waxa uu sheegay inay jiraan dumar hore loo khalday oo dahab iyo lacago tabarucaada masjidka Quba looga ururiyay kuwaasi oo uu sheegay inay ka cadhoodeen aad iyo aad ayay uga cadhoodeen waxa ka dhacaya masjidka Beydka Ilaahay ee Quba iyo hantidii masjidka in qaab khaldan loogu takrifalayo waxaa goobta laga cadeeyay in lacag dhan 60,000 oo lacagta waddankaasi Holland masjidka uu lahaa in shakhsi kale loo wareejiyay akoonkiisa ayna ka mid tahay waxyaabaha dhaliyay xurgufta khilaafka maamulka masjidka Quba ee ku yaala magaalada Amsterdam ee waddankaasi Holland waxa uu yiri mar kale gudoomiyuhu tani ayaan ahayn masjidkii ugu horeeyay ee mujtamac islaam Soomaaliyeed ee isku qabqabsadaan waxaa jirtay buu yiri masaajido badan oo ku yaala qaaradda Yurub in iridaha loo laabay markii Soomaalidu sidan isugu qabsatay qaarkoodna loo bedelay kiniisado waa kan kulankii horeeyay iyo khilaafkii gacanka hadalka isku bedeli gaaray ee masjidka dhexdiisa ka dhacay ee nala yar daawo muuqaalkana like saar
xal baa ku xig waxaan codsanaynaa in la qabto ma taqaanaa majlis dadku isku yimaadaan kabacdina markaas laga faa'iideysto dadka aqligooda oo soo wada macluumaadka kabacdina guddigaas ugu salaysan loo xalliyo laakiin halkan loo fadhiisto waxa ay hayaan waa in soo cadeeyaan ama sanadkii inay mar soo bandhigaan maxaa yeelay masaajidku ma ahan ta qofliya waa dadka wax wada dhexeeya
My job is to make college easier because students have a lot on them.
dadka walaalayna hawshoodana ayagana annaga hadda ma eedeynayno way dadaaleen waqti fiican soo gaarsiiya iyagana waxaan u rajaynaynaa kuwa jooga iyo kuwa imaan doonaba in nidaamka hadda socda lagu saleeyo nidaamka waddanka u degsan iyo sidii aan mar dambe isku qabsan wabillahi tawfiiq
su'aal baan qabaa
masjidka inaga dhexeeya ee inta u soo taqablay inta xoolo gelinay inta rag ay jarjaro ka gaareen ee ilaahay ugu guuleeyey innaga cidda joogtaa muhiim nooma ah hadduu sheekhu ka tago kuwa kale ka dhigi doona ka dambeyn mahaya waa inaynu adkaysano oo aynu maamul fiican oo hantidiisa iyo maamulkiisa lagu aamini karo u samaysano annagu marka waxaan u dareynayna masaajidkaas u ah lacag baa jooga muslimaan kumaana leeyayn masjidkaasuu ku badbaadi lahaa inaan sheegno oo ka shaqeyno ayay dadkana lahayd xaalada markaa labada meel oo ku gaarnay qaabkan oo ilaahay baa soo xisaabtan ilaahay maxamed soo gaaraayo ah rag waa iska wada xamsan yahay da'baa la joogaa waxaa intaasoo daba loo soo sheegay u haray oo doodii kalena noo haray maxaa samaynaynaa waayahay waan qaadanay warqadii waa qoodi kara uga tagnay marka iyada hal qodob oo waxaa jira sheekhu meesha ku daray dambe fashinka dambe oo aan anagu horey u ogeyn oo wixii lagu yani hore laga hadlay aan ahayn waa sharci cusub oo soo baxay kowdii bishii Juulaay ee sanadka dhaqan galay wey waxaa midnimada iyo shaqada kiina oo la macna weyn guddiga gobol sayniska meeyaan oo kale meeyaan wax cusub wey aqul sheekhu arrintan waa qodobkaas ka hel inta kale baa meesha wadada qodobka ka hel oo qodobkan adigu ma taqaanid وانا قاعد ولا شو بيه كان ايه بالرص كده ولا اروح ضرب ولا شو ما بعد طول بالوعي بيقول ما لحد قبل ما اقول لكم بس بروفيل ما ادري كيف قال كل في كيس شاي الى فرصه في النهايه وحاول ليش بيها واحد ولا كلمه وحاول شيء قرب كده جدا انت لو تنبع انت لو تنبع قالتها هو كان بدل ان يقوم كلمه وليش ولا سيدي باني يالي وليش كنت كان عندك ولا ويبدلين يلا والله انا ويبدل اصلا مكان يروح كبر الهي بقى ما كان ولا دي كلمه وها هذه كلام ما في شغله كما هي وين كان ماشي شو على كل حال الامور حي وقد يسوي وقد لو حقوق ولا تسد ورايا لمن لو يعيش شغله واصل او الشنطه منها حنقول لي واللي ما وقد اخير او حلق او شيخ كل وحتى لا نشكر كيف تريدوا كتريك طبعا ويقول واحد الذين ورثوا ان شاء الله تعالى markii hawshaas ay dhacday meesha timid fashilkii aanu samaynay ee sheekhu bedelay ee addoonayay inuu saxiixo markii ay saxiixii istaagtay wuxuu yidhi markaan malayna koodii heliyo meelaha ahayd wuxuu yidhi walaalayaalow ma saxiixi karo waqtiga ugu yar weli kama dhigin warqadda sheekhuna warqaddii ugu horreysay waxyaabaha maxay ku qoraayeen yuurudii didma ka qaaday oo didma ka qaaday waayo waxaa ku dhi sheekhu waa yahay inkastoo de marka tid waxaan ka imanayno oo soo garabsan oge ay ugu cusbay oo waxaa naga qoray sheekha intay nimanku fasaxa u kala bixin meesha ku qoro si hawsha hore usii socoto sheekh doonka meelada hadda ila fadhiya iyo saddexina maxay marka xaajigaas kala lahasiiyey waxa cusubay oo isutaal badan qalitaan badan marka maana si wax ka oran karin sheekhi kale aan loo fana waa sheekh hore loogu cudurdaatay isaguna cudurdaar badan uu lahay mar walba anaga ku tegaynay meesha ku tegaynay markasta markaan dib loo soo joognaa inta badan waxaan samaynaa inaga fudude hadda aan dhaqaaqo hadduu sheekh soo codisay ugu deegaan aan dhaqaaqo sheekh doon baa cudurdaar naga samaystay oo wuxuu ku tegi karaa anigu islaam
Well, do you know is it? Sometimes I can't believe that. I know that kind of sometimes. Well, we take things too much in it. Yeah. Well, the message ilahi bala squat I can't believe that. You know that. I had to pause it. You know the ones. Yeah. When I saw this and someone sent it to me as well, they're like, "Yo, okay, what do you think about this?" For you know what? Let me play for the people on Tokyo Talk Tuesday, innit? Yeah. Seems like a topic where, because I used to hear about this a lot as well. It's hear about this a lot. Like that one message spoke up something. I think it was in Norway that showed me one time that that key actually in Oslo one time about the spoke up today. I've heard this type of antics, but for it to play out, sometimes don't you think it's like Mishjid Ilahi, but and the accusations about the Dahab guy and Miss is crazy as well, man. It's kind of bonkers, so yeah, it's kind of mad. But let's get back into it a little bit.
الله يحسن حواشي كده بآلي ما عينا هاي كان ماشي له آلية وأكون صنع آلية وشيخ رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم سياسة رفض مالك حتى لو الصورة عني ونشيخ أولي من مركع فشل استحاب مقول دونا فشل استحاب مقولي وحشيخ وكبر دليل وكبر دليل وما نهجم إلى أمرك وتصل على الله تعالى وكبر دليل شيخ محكم بدل اوكي هذا الغرض مركع مو اوكي لا درس طبعا هو شكلات حساب شغل او هم فعلوا اللي طول له لكن مركز ده شيخ الاولين السيني شيخ المهمات السيني حكي سنشوف موسيقى بس بقى القرآن حق على المركز حاجه حاجه ما يشوف شافوا انه حكتب اللي وقتهم inkastoo qaar kan caddayn u hayna qaar baana caddayn haynine inuu dad kale la tirsanayay oo una xaqna runta u lahaa oo hadduu malayso leelaha inuusan garanayna ku aleeyahay inuu ciddii kale taqaan anaa kuli warqad xataa warkaa kuli baqo xataa warkaa kaa akriyo inuu xilina ka kusheegaa warqadii noocaas ahayd waxay noqotay farsigii koowaad oo tuuray farsigii labaad waa bedelay farsigii saddexaad waa bedelay فسق أفراد ما وجد فسق استحالة في لون تاعي ده مالن أحد شبه ليش معين ما شاء الله قطع العين يعني أو سفر كامل وقول الجواب يهتم إنه كل شيء كبه أو حتى لو كان في صدر شبدون حلو يزور شيخي بعد صواعي.
Yeah, again, like for any brother or sister that's just joined, we're talking about this incident that's popped off in Holland, like. So it's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you come in there, there's a search in Holland that man are beefing over some wild accusations, and like, it's crazy. We still got another 10 minutes here, so let's give Vicky. And I want to know you guys' thoughts. And like, Reem said it's mad. And like I said, it's shameful. Actually, shameful, especially when there's like, if you go back to the beginning of the video, if you just joined as well, it's like, it's mad. Make sure those guys, I'm not gonna say this in Somali as well, like the donations, yeah, like big gay about logo kala kaayo. Una la school degeni haya. And this is the message, one of the messages Somalia in Amsterdam. Remember that. It's I'm gonna repeat what I think like Faz said it the best. He said, yo, some Dana antics, man, especially when it's some satchel as well. That's kind of a bit of it's like, what's wrong with you guys? Like, and then no little slayaba. But yeah, let's get back into it.
وحلو على المشيني وحلو وانا ساعتين هو مالك الأدى والله وإيدي لأن يقولي هو بعد مرة هو بيسمع كل اللي مال الأدى وكتار وهي أدى وليه بيجتو أنت تطلع وأنا بدي أكرر إن أنا بقول كل هوشة دولتنا إحنا حكيت بصورة ما هذا الدولة كوكا صوتينا الدول الله هي تيجي ويريد عين لا خلاص نقول ما شاء الله ناس قال احنا ولا كثير هنا هذا احنا ممكن صوتينا أريد الدولة ولا تتشوه هذا ما قاتل ويتوشير ولا نقول ولا نقدرين وحيوان هنا يبلدي وحنا ما هذا قبله كيسس كان بيبيني وبيدين ولا الله ما قالي خسر كل شيء ما سمعي يجي حبوا بكره صوبه انت سافرين وصار كل شيء تشيل ما والله وقد يمر كنت بريسي في كل بريسي انت لا تدري يا وحد علي وما كان صوتي ولا صوتي دونا شيخ وسوع علي يقولوا فرق فصح بالكلام قولت كذا علي هذو قولت واحد يعني واحد بحيث يمشوا أنا من الوالد حنتور الله هذا بيحب يعني يجمعها وهمين هذه ما تهدي سلح قوة تبدو تجي أنا أصلا ما كقول الله يقولوني أنا حتى يقول كان سيسوي الله يا اللي كلام الموسيقى والقدر قريتها إن الشيخ الله تجي يقول شيخ إسهار فضيع واحد هذا سيرتيه قرا وسكيتها وده كافي كان يقول عليه
السلام
هذا وصل سبع ساعات إلى شغله وشرعي وقت على حديث ساعة تعويله والشيخ أديك ورقة صوب الطامة تليه وحتكبر السنة لأنك تكبر السنة شيخ ورقة أوكينا وقت مسيح هيسكع خشتو نقول روح أدرو حقا أو أنه بيجي على مصدره وهي شيخ ورقة وكا خيرا إلا وعيها الشيخ إلا خلطوها كما غيرنا وحاجة على المركب والقدي والقرين اسمه حلمي ولاد بشرين لما يلاقي حلم الجلطة وعسل والقدي علينا لما وصلت إحنا كنت جينا هاي شيخين اللوبي أنا مركب سفر كئيب وكل سفر يستاهل ورشيد يسافر كئيب ورشيد يبقى هنا هي هذا والقدي أحيانا أول سنة يقولوا رئيسي وشيخ يصوح يقول أنا المكي وقدنا ويجي حتى مسيح يقول وقدنا ويجي حتى مسيح يقول هذا قاعد في الصلاة وين يا عم مسيح يقول له أنت وكرها شيء صلي قال شيخ وقدنا سيح وحكون شيخ وقدنا حسين ma saxiixi kartid inaad iska huriso oo waxa ku qoran aad aragto weliba anaguna kula sheegalayna mooyee saxiix warqada waagii warqadii aniga akhriyey waxyaabo koox ah oo ilaa 6 bointi ah oo sheekha khalad ku ah ayaan ka soo saaray guddiga marka inta ilama waa keliya intaasoo dhan guddiga lama ogaa guddiga kale guddiga cod la wadaagay waxaan ku yidhi warqadii loo soo diray sheekha khaladaadkaasaa ku jira waana in laga saaro laga socdo waayo ma qabado sheekha in waayo maxaa ku jira wixii aad adigu qortay annaga eedaynka aad noo jeedisay caddee inay been ahaayeen waad ku khaldantay laakiin wuxuu iyagu sheekha ku eedeeyey oo ka mid ahaa sheekhu waxaa lagu eedeeyey inuu masaajidka khatar ku yahay kuma qora cadaalad maaha marka waxaan ku marka inay idinku tiini qarisaan sheekhana ku qortaan sax ma aha waa inaad ka turtaa waxaas oo dhan meesha odayaasha oo markaa warqadan aad ula soconin sheekha la hadlay laba sheekh oo hadda sheekha abdoof iyo sheekh kale wayba caradeenba anaa lay qabsay
kan oo dhaqaalaheedu maray
Yeah, guys, man, what's up? It's your SS. We're back again. Yeah, we're just looking at that little report there, man. I couldn't believe when I saw that, man. I was like, what? This man actually fighting in the masajid? Lord have mercy, you know the ones I was thinking, ayay. Mashallah, so die ولا المساج كيلا بميل سكو حدا like لا يو يا رب الرحمن تدخل نقدم يضاف as well. You know, what do you think about it? I think he said it the best. He said it the best. He said it kind of well, you know. He's like, yo, I don't even know. There is something about us and not getting along with each other. I found out. Yeah. I found out that I had to find out in a weird way, you know, sometimes. I had to find out in a weird way. People really just don't get along with each other. Guys, girls, men, women, I don't know what to say. Or maybe it's Faz, maybe it's this وقتي أنا كنت no, I don't know, I just don't get it. Like I always say, is it kind of the best and that's what I usually think. I think it's kind of the best you know the ones. Got the Somali, the really goes my name, but it's looking at the yo. So I find kind of yeah, but I think it's just they should learn a lot. Or really truthfully, if the community actually right there should tell the people, like, you know what, we want a bunch of new people to run it. That's what I would have done. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's true. I hear you. I know. You know, people really, and then the amazing. Do you know what it is? I think, like, you know, when there's a group of us, the amazing Skadaderis is kind of amazing as well. Sometimes it's kind of crazy. I was watching some amazing Skadaderis stuff there. It's like, wow. You get me? Yeah. And I think maybe it's all sensitivity also, you know. You get me? We're quick to snap. We're quick to, you know, react maybe. To the reaction. What do you guys think about that? You get me? I think was also saying, along them lines there. No one's all like, but I wanted to play this one. As well. I thought, you know what, put on a little bit of a bar here. Also, that video he posted up earlier as well. I was like, what? He's at it again. You know them ones. Yeah. This one I was looking for. There it is. That's it. Thank God. Fantastical. Yeah. What should we get into? Yeah, this is the thing I wanted to watch for you guys as well. Once again. Yeah, I just want to play this other video for you guys. So let you be. I saw this here, I thought to myself, let me see. Like I said, yeah, man. The boy died, he come back with some mad shit there still. So let me just get into this for Tokyo Talk Tuesday as well.
أحمد قرقر توبة دا وقال هذا برجمين تو كوسم يرسلوا سارة وقدام بين واقع سجل بها قبصة توبة ويسمي ضد ضوء قرن يا رأي الشيء عبد العزيز تكرم يا أحمد قرقر هو تي ولا خلال فرماتي يودي الرابلة مركي فرماتي حل واي عبد العزيز تكرم ورقة بقري ورقة داس وقرن وحولي وحكيري بيش عالم كحانو عندنا يا فرماجو بقول كيو بقول ناس دولة نما يضاع النما منا هو ما ضاعنا ما دولة المربي وده هذا الكلام واحد نجدي دي ونكحلو وين فرماجو بيش عالم كقري مركو ساق قرر روبل قرقورة ورقة قرر أسوري روبل واقعين روبل وحوش شقيها معارضة روبل وحوش شقيها فوضى روبل دولة نما مربو روبل نجدي دي ورقة ده سوق قرح مقرقر markii gaalada lagu qadkeen roob madaxu qabsaday ma ninkii awood qaybsiga ku matalay ee maamulka galmudug madaxweynaha ka ahaa ayaa maanta warqadan u qoray beesha caalamka waa libisto suud qurxoon baqaato tay qurxoon bad xiratay dadkii deegaanka matashay oo tiri ana xoog ku qabsaday maxaad u qabataa xaban Allah ka dhigay on xumaan ahayn dadku ma xoola ah dadku waa baraarugayaan dadku kacaya farmaajo waa dhinta fahad yaasiina waa dhinta adeena waa raacday intaasaa kuu sheegaya maanta nin weyn wadkiisa waa yaqaanaa adigu waa ogta inaad sii joogayn caqliga ma leh laakiin waxaa la isweydiinayaa ma looga sabrayaa axmed qoorqoor boorsidii uu ku sitay galmudug ee uu xaraashtay ee uu guryaha ka dhistay ee haddana uu leeyahay hurdo dheer galay maxaa dhacay ma ogiyo yaa hurdo laga kicin kara staroan qabaa marna uu leeyahay waxaan u xiisa masaajka istanbul ما لقول دافع يا مسوى الله يقولني أنا وحن قبائل الله يقول بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رئيس الوزراء محمد حسين رابل هنتي بو شعبيات وهري بو باشي هويك غيابي تذكي قبيلك هوي دلي ديود ماشي يوجين بوحي نعلادين لو يجيلي أحمد قرقر الحمد لله قفك داعة وحكست أوفر ما جو سمي فشل بكل ماضي فهد بان كعلني حلقة فشل بكل ماضي تريع عصبان مقعاوة فشل بكل ماضي حندو بحلقة نقب قادة كان فشل بكل ماضي متقانا ريدي مقدشو وسارد ورفافنتا فشل بكل ماضي وسارد المالية دي رئيسول ساري هوستكتي وسارد أمني رئيسول ساري هوستكتي بيش عالم كرئيسول ساري تاغيرين شعب الصوماليين يبيلوين كهوية قول كبلاد رئيسول ساري تاغيرين وقف داعا عني مدونو متقانا هقوليستي أحمد قرقر توبة دا وقال هذا برجمين تو كوسم يرسلوا سارة وقدام بين واقع سجل بها قبصة توبة ويسمي ضد ضوء قرن يا رأي الشيء عبد العزيز تكرم يا أحمد قرقر هو تي ولا خلال فرماتي يودي الرابلة مركي فرماتي حل واي عبد العزيز تكرم ورقة بقري ورقة داس وقرن وحكيري بيش عالم كحانو عندنا يا فرماجو بقول كيو بقول ناس دولة نما يضاع النما منا هو ما ضاعنا ما دولة المربي وده هذا الكلام واحد نجدي دي ونكحلو وين فرماجو بيش عالم كقري markuu saa qoro rooble waxa qorqora warqad qoro asuri rooble waa qaa'in rooble wuxuu u shaqeeyaa mucaaradka rooble wuxuu ka shaqeeyaa fawdo rooble dowladnimo ma rabo rooble naga diiday warqadaas uu qoray axmed qorqorna markii gaalada laba warqad keeneen rooble madaxuu qabsaday ma ninkii awood qaybsiga ku matalay ee maamulka galmudug madaxweynaha ka ahaa ayaa maanta warqadan u qoray beesha caalamka ee axmed qorqoraha rooble waa yaa waa marayso waay warqorqoro maxaa dhacay fahada ila soo hadla fahad soo dhawinta ku mashquulsana odayaasha loo diray war waxaan muxuu u qoray ka soo weydiiyay maya maanta jaanis lama kare bari maxaa dhacay fahad soo degaa fahad soo dhaweeya ka abdel kaabe dhubuq waka ila kacay ayr iyo Salmaan iyo Sacad iyo Saruur iyo Duble iyo hawiye kale waxay islihi mursidii waka cirka isku saartay baash iyo sheeqal waati madax meerax lagu xirtay waati kacdoona ay ka bilaabeen goboladii dalay dibadba markaasuu arkay fahad inuu fashil mas'uul fahad waa fashilmay baadi way horta axmed qorqor waxaan leeyahay rooblo u tagtay jilbaha qabsata iyo madaxa ka salaaxda imaam saarta badbaadi maysid halkaaga waa ina baxdaa axmed qorqorow halkaaga waa ina baxdaa shabaab dhulkii laga xoreeyay intay dib u qabsadeen ay baxdana degeen baxdo ayay sii qabsadeen Sacad iyo maryaxaan mir awlad bay ku dagaalamayaan alaana ka shaqeysay Salmaan iyo Ayr xanan buuray ku dagaalamayaan alaana ka shaqeysay Ayr iyo maryaxaan balambal ay ku dagaalamayaan baawurska degan yaa ta dig bash shabaabna dhuuso mareeb ku garaacayaan ee dheerna waa fadhiyaan alaana ka shaqeysay fidna adiga aad digin meesha kama shaqeyso baawurtii Puntland dhibtay iyo qoriyihii ee la yiri shabaab lagu dagaalama waxa ku shubata akoonkaaga dhuuso mareeba ka haysatay wixii rasaas la helo dhuuso mareeba ka haysatay maanta ciidan gorgor dalbatay maanta dagaal socdo ma dalban oo shabaab la dagaalay ciidan gorgor maanta dalbatay la dagaalayaan ii sheeg ifahamsi qofkaan ku aqoon ee hawiyahan ku baraya dadka wax kama gelin waa libisto suud qurxoon baqaato tay qurxoon bad xirtay aawo dadkii deegaanka ma tashay oo tiri ana xoog ku qabsaday maxaad u qabatay hal xaban Allah ka dhigay on xumaan ahayn dadku ma xoola ah dadku waa baraarugayaan dadku kacayaan farmaajo waa dhinta fahad yaasiin waa dhinta adeena waa raacday intaas aan ku sheegay maanta nin weyn gart wadkiisa waa yaqaana adigu waa ogtay inaad sii joogin aqliga ma leh laakiin waxa la isweydiinayaa ma looga sabraya axmed qorqor boolsidii uu ku sitay galmudug ee uu xaraashtay ee uu guryaha ka dhistay ee haddana uu leeyahay hurdo dheer galay maxaa dhacay ma ogiyo yaa hurdo la kicin kara starolan qabaa marna uu leeyahay waxaan u xiisay masaajidka Istanbul ma lagu dhaafayaa mise waa la goynaya ana waxaan qabaa in la gooyo ana waxaan qabaa in fahad la mariyay farmaajo in axmed qorqor la mariyo ra'iisul wasaare maxamed xuseen rooblo waxa leeyahay qosolka beenta ah axmed qorqor laba wajiila waa ben rooblo horna waa kugu sheegay haddana waa kugu celina bareefadna kugu sheegay bublo kugu sheegaya axmed qorqor waa qayn waa laba wajiire waa kuwa quraanka lagu sheegay axdan ragna ma yaqaan rabbina ma yaqaan runna ma yaqaan axmed qorqor waqti ha ku lumin waxaan dhahdaa waxaad qaba karta qabo hadda ballan buu qaaso ma ahayn wuxuu saddex maamul goboleed Jubbaland Puntland iska dhaaf saddex kale waxaan keenayaa inay taageeraan go'aanka mataqaana ra'iisul wasaaraha iyo inuu farmaajo yahay ninka nabadda ribin carwa kaas warqadda keeno waa beentiisu carwa kaas saxiixo inuu wali fahad nool yuu maleeyaa waa daar ala soo wada leh barnaamijka axmed qorqor dib baan ka soo habaynayaa kaligiisaan goonigu hadlayaa laakiin maanta ma daawateen odayaashii Soomaaliyeed Muqdisho waxa ka dhacay wacdana ma daawateen dalay dib sida loo taageero rooble waa ka hadaba qofkii dadkiisa wuxuu qabto waa la taageeraya ma baahan cid u baahan boqortooyadiisa waxa la baryaa ilaahay qof baahan qofkii u baahday ay talweyn u baahan dabasha geedaha madaxdooda ay ciyaarsiiso ha biqlayso ku cirra waaga cusub TV waa isha warka waa isha
Yo, the boy Didi, he's going nuts. He always likes to add a little spice to the stories. You know that one's there, but I don't know, man. He seems like he's on to Gorkor and the man. Them, I'm thinking, rah, you really onto people like that, man. But what do you guys think about that video, though? Still, yeah. Let me know. Let me know. That's something that I wanted to bring up, man. You know what? You just can't find so much channel that I was looking for. So a brilliant video that I thought, you know what? Let me just see this. Let me just have a quick look at this. I just can't find it no more. What the hell? I saw I was watching it the other day still. Where is it, man? Let me just see a channel that recently was just out there. And I was just looking at it now. It's just gone. It's right there. Yeah. You guys are just coming. We just finished watching a video of the boy died Alice Soul doing an amazing run. I'm not gonna lie to you, he was getting in. This front was getting too in. You trying to consider my level which you like. Swear, like quite a little while ago when people like, you know, you don't really care, you know, that type of guy there still. And guys do part of me if you see like my voice is a bit obviously duty bossy player like high in it. So I do get on. I wanted to show you guys something there, innit? I just cannot find the channel no more. That's something I wanted you guys to watch as well. So I thought to myself, you know what, let me share is caring. You know? Yeah, so how is everyone? Talk to me, guys. What's up? What's up? And again, I'm going to remind you the links in the chat. So if anyone wants to make this into a dialogue and a conversation, go ahead. Don't be shy. Unless you want me to monologue again. But I could carry on, you know, the ones. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah. What did you think of you guys? What did you think? Yes, Assalamu alaikum, Sister Amal in the building. Wa alaikum salam, mate. What did you guys think of the last stream that we did? I wanted to know you guys' thoughts on the last stream that we did. I think you went on fire though still. There's bits that I want to chop up. You get me? There's one big special that I wanted to chop up, you get me? But I don't know, man. This might be controversial again. Yeah. I don't know why Uncle IC3 is always asking me these weird questions there. Like, you're asking the wrong type of people, man. You get me? Yeah. I know, sis. He's a madman. You know he's a madman. He's a madman. Hopefully some things I can see him, but sometimes I see like, you know, I think to myself, he's overgassing. It's like, okay, that. Other ones, Kayera Kapo. Mother, Kayera Kabon Slaha. Yeah, coming from. Damn. But IC3, you're always asking these mad questions, these profound questions. John, me old mate, you said you're going to come back in a month's time. I think I might be ready for you. Yeah. If you guys don't know IC3, he is a legend. I'm not gonna lie to you. He sets up a nice little chessboard piece that I like in Speaker's Corner, the regular guys. So yeah, so big up to me old mate. He's a black nationalist, black power. I don't know. Sometimes you know when I'm speaking to IC3, I don't think sometimes he just doesn't understand. That's what I feel like, and I feel like he's at a crossroads. But inshallah, you know. That's with what John said and the Bible said and all of that. I don't know, you know. I don't know, man. I feel like he's a very passionate brother. And I said, I stopped listening to him since he went ham. I'm not gonna lie to you. There was a time where he went ham. What do you guys think of this, man? I don't know what this. It's a big statement to say. Man said he's got an agenda. You get me? But one thing you give me, I have to say, because I was listening back to that stream. Yeah, one thing I have to admire about the brother, he holds his square. He holds his square, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Last time it was like 5 man against him. He still held it up, and he did the same thing down there as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so guys, let me just come back to that position for the people there. Yeah. What did the sister say? Ever since he started bullying Amanda, I stopped listening to the doggy. I hear you, but sometimes he does have some good points. Let's move it down. Get back into the position. Yeah. I don't know, man. Miskinka, I don't know, man. I don't know. He raises some valuable points. Let's be honest, man. If you guys don't say he doesn't raise some valuable points, you're lying to yourselves. Ben Bashek 10. You get where I'm coming from? So yeah.
Light Skin Society presents.
Yeah. So I just clicked into TikTok for a second and it just went to some mad thing. So I'm saying, but yeah, like I said, I don't know, man. He's blinded by the truth. What truth is that, sister, man? I don't think KS is blinded by the truth, you know. This is not a hand, by the way. I hope the brother listens. It's on public, so, you know, you can actually good listen to it. And if you do think like it's a hand, brother, please forgive us. But I don't think it's a hand because it's in public. We're going to have this discussion. We're just talking about... I don't think the brother has an agenda. He just... Do you know what it is, yeah? I think he's just got a total opposite opinion to everyone. And he holds his ground. You have to give him that. Yeah. Still, it's just I have to. I know I'm like that as well, man. Yeah, I have to admire. I give someone a props like sometimes, you know, when they hold their square. Like I have to be like as a person that likes to listen to good debates and you know like to host them, watch them, you know them as well. Like you have to give it to the boy. He has been putting in some twerk on the man. Them we make a certain man like nervous. Broken niggas the other day. Like there's one bit that I laughed at it. They're like, what? Fuck it. He even said his tribe. That's how bad it is. He got that much pressure. I really appreciate it. I was like, crashing. Nah, man. That's you know, when someone gets pressured on SS, yeah, just start going, calling for the Qabil card. I was like, get that. You know what it was? Like, it was funny. I do recommend to anyone, if you've watched it, go back to the other stream the other day and watch it all over again. It was freaking hilarious. There was times I didn't know it was like a proper tennis match here, but it looked like he had 5 guys on him one time. I was like, go on, KS. Like, slowly. Now, who is them type of people? Do you root for the underdog? Yeah. Wallahi, Kazi, what's going on down there, man? This is what I'm saying. That's a sticky one. Big up. Man like Trill in the build. My thoughts on big up. That's a good brother there, man. Coming one day on a powerful stream. We had a powerful stream with the brother. Still, big up. What's my thoughts on the killings? If you got a link, my family, if you could drop a link or something to show us what's going on. If you know more insight of what's going on, is it Khartoum State? Is it a... Yeah, man, come on. Ali knows. We always root for the underdog out here, fam. We always big up the underdog. I'm not gonna lie to you, the brother K is the underdog, man. KS, he's holding his ground. He's coming firing. And the thing I like about K is he's not watching no one. He's taking mandem. You know, the big mandem he's got them on the jugular sometimes with as well, innit? So gotta respect that, man. And he's on point with his geopolitics. But I want to get back to this last Arnold one. I don't know, man. Shall Google sign up for us? I'll see if there's anything popping about last Arnold. What is going on? Because it's kind of sticky, you know? Because I had an interesting couple of debates. Couple of I'm not gonna lie, you know your boy. It's just, but I'm gonna say recently. By the way, I'm just gonna let you know. Oh yeah, and but I'm gonna say recently, and yeah. So for me, I don't know. I'm gonna see if I can find something for us. But is it usually to do with? Is it Khartoum state? This is where I'm trying to come from. Is it Khartoum? Is it I don't know, man. We need to know, bro. We need to know. So I need to find out if it's Khartoum or something. I'm just gonna give my little 2 cents in there. Yes, I know, Amal. I know, but sometimes you know what it is. You can do that. I find that very, very, very But then again, sis, I think to myself, say if the people they are biased, like say if they're biased to one side, like do you understand where I'm coming from? Well, man, people could be like, I don't think. I don't know, man. I don't know who it is. I don't know, sis. I don't know what's going on. It might be reading on both sides. It might be this. It might be that. You know, the ones. It might be. Because remember last time, I think we were looking into it, and it was more of a hate us. Again, if I say it from my point of view, a lot of you might get pissed. So, from what I found out, I think last time when there was something popping up Khartoum State, I mean, the majority is between Dulbahante and Dulbahante. Yeah, big up. So I got a good video for you, bro. Yeah, come through if you want to come through, my brother. I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna break it down. Yeah, we could look at it, you know, anytime. What is it? These people who is that? I don't know, sis. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna try to find something about Last Arnold. I want to see what's popping. I'm literally looking for it right now as we speak. But again, like you're saying, I think you hit the nail on the head. You get me? I think that's what we've been doing for a little while. Okay, wait. Let me mod up my brother, man. I know who this guy is anyway, so I'll mod him up. Give him a quick mod. Or if you want to come in a back chat, it'd be easier if you got a quick link for us in the back chat. I don't know, dig deeper if you want to find the facts, but I'm trying to figure it out. Let me get the brother a quick mod so you could just copy paste the link and just copy it. I don't know, dig deeper if you want to find the facts. Yeah. Oh. Yes, Trills. What's going on?
Yo, what's happening, G? You good?
Yeah, what's happening, my brother?
Chilling, man. I was gonna say, bro, because you know, the only Somali channel that I know that does SC in that. So like, I just thought I'd drop you this video that I found very interesting. So my boy showed it to me on the weekend. You get me, one of my brothers, isn't it? So like, yeah. But obviously, I don't know about these. It's a YouTube vid. Yeah. But yeah, so like, end of the day, it's like a little 10-15 minute vid about Somali history, innit? I was bro, I was like very impressed by this. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I've seen it.
You seen it?
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen it.
I mean, I thought it'd be a good one for your audience as well. Do you know what I mean? If you're allowed to play it and all that stuff.
Yeah. We're allowed to play it. What was your initial thoughts on it?
Bro, I need to watch it again to tell you the truth, and like, because again, you know, some of the facts go kind of fast, yeah. And I just thought, wow, man. My initial thought was, I did not know literally half of this, let alone like, you know, I mean, any of this stuff. Like, I thought that's a lot of things that the Somalis have done that is not talked about. Like, in my opinion, you know. You know what I mean? It's like got a very, very rich history, man. Very rich history.
I know, but the thing is, I feel like we've kept it to ourselves a little bit too much.
Mm.
Where it's like, and I feel like some of the young generation, because I've been in certain apps where I think I downloaded something called an app where everyone talks in it, some bullshit app in it, yeah. And then I've clocked like some of the younger generations don't know anything about this, and I think to myself, what is it? Maybe it's a new community, and sometimes it is kind of frustrating when other people know about your culture than you do. So it's kind of crazy.
This is the thing with us Punjabi Sikhs as well. Like, it's mad how we got like you got white people teaching us about our own history, like making videos and documentaries and things like that. And I'm like, that should be our people doing that. Do you know what I mean? And but end of the day, information's information as long as it's correct, isn't it? So I don't mind. But you know what I mean? It just shows that we should be doing a lot more as well for our own peeps. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, let's boss it and let the people enjoy it, and then we could just talk over it if you want.
Do your thing, bro. Like, I'm just happy to listen and see how it goes, bro. You do your thing. If you want to point it out, because again, you'll know much more about this stuff than I do.
We let it run. We let it run for the people then.
All right.
All right, then I'm just gonna have a little break. I'll have a quick little break and then boom.
Somalia is a country located on the east coast of Africa, forming the shape of a horn. The country was known as the land of gods to the ancient Egyptians, the land of the tallest men to the ancient Persians, the land of cinnamon to the ancient Greeks, the land of aromatics to the ancient Romans, and the land of the unicorn to the ancient Chinese. Frankincense, one of the gifts of the biblical three wise kings, came from ancient Somalia. To this day, the Roman Catholic Church still sources all of its incense exclusively from Somalia, which remains the world's largest producer. Ancient Somalis were the first to domesticate camels in 2500 BC and spread it to ancient Egypt and the Middle East. Somalia today still has more camels than any country on earth. In the valleys of Somalia, 5,000-year-old rock paintings depict one of the oldest horse riding cultures in the world. Horses were also an important unit in the cavalries of medieval Somali kingdoms. The horsemen in the kingdom of Adal, for example, wore protective armor for themselves and their horses, while the most famous horse in Somali history belonged to the Dervish king. The oldest surviving sewn ship in the world is the Somali Bedouin ship. It was historically used to ship important quantities of spices across the ancient world. Strabo credits the cinnamon people of ancient Somalia to be the first with the knowledge of the monsoons. The Somali people are one of the oldest Muslim nations in history. A 1,400-year-old mosque in the city of Zayla dates back to the very foundation of Islam, when the early Muslims received refuge from the Aksumite Empire in the Horn of Africa. The medieval Silk Road gold trade between Africa and Asia was founded by Somali merchants from Mogadishu, who established a colony in modern Mozambique and extracted gold from the mines of the Mono Motapa Kingdom of southern Africa. Madagascar was named after Mogadishu. Marco Polo, during his stay in Imperial China, confused the wealthy Sultanate of Mogadishu with the large island in the Indian Ocean. During that same period, the infamous Mongol Emperor Kublai Khan sent a delegation to Mogadishu to establish Mongol trade with medieval Africa. Suspected of being spies scouting out the continent, the Mongols were imprisoned. Kublai Khan then sent another delegation, and they, too, were imprisoned. This swift action by the Somali sultans most likely saved Africa from any further Mongol interest. The Somali Empire of Adal introduced cannon warfare to the African continent in its war against Abyssinia and the Portuguese Empire. Adal was also the first African power to defeat a European power on African soil since the Battle of Cannae between the Carthaginians and the Romans 1,800 years earlier. During the war, Cristavo da Gama, son of Vasco da Gama, was defeated and killed by the king of Adal. The Sultanate of Mogadishu minted its own coins, which have been found as far away as modern Iraq, Turkey, and Dubai. In the 1580s, a Somali fleet from the Ajuran Empire joined a Turkish fleet from the Ottoman Empire and began attacking Portuguese strongholds across southeastern Africa to free the Swahili world from Portuguese domination. In the year 1660, the Portuguese surrendered to a joint Somali-Omani force at Mombasa in modern Kenya. The only hydraulic empire in medieval Africa was the Somali Ajuran Empire. With a network of limestone wells, cisterns, and dikes, it successfully utilized two large East African rivers to project power. In the 13th century, a Somali explorer named Said of Mogadishu traveled to Arabia, India, and China. In the 14th century, a Somali explorer Abdul Aziz of Mogadishu became ruler of the Maldives. In the 15th century, a Somali saint founded a town across the Red Sea in modern Yemen, which grew into a formidable seaport. The first Muslim settlement in Sri Lanka was established by a Somali saint. Somali merchants introduced coffee to the world. Grown in modern Ethiopia, Somali merchants exported the now famous stimulant from the Somali port of Berbera to Yemen and the rest of the world in the 15th century. Somali merchants introduced exotic animals to Imperial China. The Somali word for giraffe is still used in China, Korea, and Japan. Two major medieval scholar families from Somalia are credited with important literary works in Islam and produced viziers, scientists, and scholars serving the Mamluk sultans of Egypt, Damascus, and the Ottoman Empire. In the 18th century, Abdurrahman al-Jabardi recorded the Napoleonic invasion of Egypt. In southern Morocco, Somali merchants established one of the largest and most popular mosques. It's still known as the Somali Mosque. The oldest African community in the United Kingdom was established by Somali sailors. In the 19th century, Somali Sultan Ali Yusuf Kenedid raised an army from Arabia and carved out a kingdom in northeast Somalia. The only Muslim power in Africa during World War I was the Dervish state of Somalia. The Dervishes fought the longest anti-colonial war in African history and built fortresses across East Africa. Hasna, a Somali female commander, led one of the 7 divisions of the Dervish army. The Somali Republic is the only African country whose borders were created by Africans. In 1960, the northern and southern parts of modern Somalia formed a historic union to establish a new country. Women in Somalia voted in elections before women in Switzerland. The first head of state to peacefully relinquish power in Africa was the Somali president Aden Abdullah Osman. In 1962, future Somali President Ali Shamarke went on a state visit to the United States and was welcomed by President John F. Kennedy. Both presidents were assassinated in the 60s, despite their popularity with the masses. Two of Africa's and the Middle East's largest film festivals were the Mogadishu Film Festival and the Mogadishu Pan-African Film Symposium. The most expensive African film ever made is the 1982 4-hour-long epic, The Somali Dervish. Somalia's funky musical scene in the 1970s was popularly known as Mogadishu. One of Africa's first female fighter pilots was Osli Abade Hassan of the Somali Air Force, who soloed her first flight in 1976. In 1981, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the NBA's all-time leader in points, coached the Somali basketball team. During the African Championship in Mogadishu, the Somali team went from nobodies to continental heavyweights, jumping to Africa's top 3. Somalia was the first African country to sign a friendship treaty with the Soviet Union. 5,000 Somali soldiers and students at one point trained and studied in the Eastern Bloc. Soviet cosmonauts trained in Somalia to prepare for their missions in space. The airport of Berbera, with the longest runway in Africa, was also one of NASA's designated emergency landing points on Earth for the iconic space shuttle. The Ogaden War was the longest conventional war fought in Africa since World War II, with the heaviest mechanized and aerial battles. It resulted in the largest Soviet intervention and airlift since the march towards Berlin in 1945, just to push back the Somali soldiers who had overrun the Ethiopian Empire. The Somali pharmaceutical industry at one point mass-produced 48 essential drugs and was one of Africa's largest hubs for pharmaceuticals. Mogadishu was known as the White Pearl of the Indian Ocean and a major tourist magnet. Somalia in 1974 launched Africa's largest literacy campaign and won a UNESCO medal after the country's literacy rate jumped from 5% to 75%. Somalia built Burundi's air force, protected the borders of Tanzania and Uganda, flew jets for Zambia, defended Mozambique from the Portuguese, trained South Africans fighting apartheid, supplied Eritrea's War of Independence, sent troops to Angola, sent medics to Equatorial New Guinea, supported Egypt with naval logistics, supported Djibouti's independence movement, supported Zimbabwe and Namibia's war against the apartheid forces. The country has a rich heritage filled with ancient and medieval cities, castles, towers, and fortresses. Somalia has produced more supermodels than any other country from the African continent. The president of the International Court of Justice comes from Somalia, as does Olympic champion Mo Farah, award-winning rapper and poet Kanan, Nobel-nominated author Nuruddin Farah, U.S. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, and many more. The Somali bandy team are the undisputed champions of Africa, as Somalia is the only country in Africa with a bandy team. The ancient Shah board game originates in Somalia and is played from Egypt to Tanzania. The most popular hat worn by Muslim men across East Africa originates and is exclusively produced in the Somali city of Brava. Though Somalia is one of the most homogeneous countries in the world, the country has several important minority populations, such as the Bajunis, the Brabanese, the Benadiri, the Somali Bantu, and the Arabs. The Somali people are genetically and linguistically closely related to the Afars, the Hararais, the Oromos, the Bejas, the Amharas, the Saho, and other major groups in the Horn of Africa. Somalis are the only African ethnic group to have a sea named after them. Off the coast of Sicily lies the Somali Sea. Despite emerging from a civil war, Somalia still has the most deep-water ports on the African continent. With the longest coastline in mainland Africa, Somalia is one of 5 African countries selected by Rakanshur to become a blue economy giant. Somalia has 52 million heads of livestock, 27 million sheep and goats, 15 million camels, 5 million cows, and one of the richest fishing grounds in the world. Somalia's dairy industry is worth $3.3 billion. According to the Spectator Index, Somalia is also ranked first in global camel milk production. A Financial Times article has stated that the best real estate investment in the world today is beachfront huts in Somalia. Somalia is considered a future energy superpower with an estimated 110 billion barrels of oil, 1/3 of the world's uranium reserves, the strongest wind power potential in the world, and 3,000 hours of sunlight annually. Somalia is a continental leader in mobile money, with a market worth $32 billion a year, which is larger than the economies of Albania and Jamaica. Somalia has the cheapest internet cost per gigabyte in Africa, and more than 70% of adults use a mobile phone. The Somali shilling has been the best performing currency in the world between 2010 and 2020. Somali Airlines was the first airline flown entirely by African pilots. Mogadishu, the capital of Somalia, is the fastest growing city in Africa and is enjoying a major reconstruction boom. Somalia's Milky Sea is the largest bioluminescent area in the world, and with a total of 649 species, Somalia is a hidden birdwatcher's paradise. Somalia has national parks, it has beaches, it has rivers, it has deserts, it has jungles, it has valleys, and it has stunning mountains. In 2020, because of its impressive economic reforms, Somalia has achieved debt relief and can finally focus on transforming the country and harnessing its vast potential. This is Somalia.
Yeah, man, a wealth of knowledge there, man, for you guys. Yeah. So yeah, I thought you guys might enjoy that.
Come on, big up, my brother from the subcontinent of Asia. You see all the trade. You see the historical links though.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the river from each other.
Yeah,
Sometimes
trust me.
you look guys forget. It's like yo, because I feel like yeah, man, it's mad. It's mad.
Trust me. It's like, that's what I mean. I need to watch that like about a good 3-4 times for me to get that information in my head. Do you get me? Because obviously a lot of points in it, yeah. And but yeah, it's amazing how rich it is. You know what I mean? In terms of like economy and diversity and like you know what I mean.
You wouldn't think that, innit? Without knowing,
Yeah.
you wouldn't
I
think
mean,
that.
what do people naturally assume when they hear Somalia? They're like, oh, Black Hawk Down or Somali pirates, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is like, you know what I mean? People that are just ignorant, that don't know much about the history, the culture, the people, and yeah. So
But
it's
true.
just like,
You know what's sad to me? My own ones, but there's generations that don't even know none of this crap, and they're from there. That's what's kind of sad. You get where I come from. Big up my brother, Salaam alaikum. My family, another brother from the subcontinent of India.
So yeah, it's like all I'm saying is like freaking, you know what I mean? End of the day, we keep spreading this kind of knowledge. You know what I mean? I accept like one of my brothers give it to me, and I'm just giving it to you, and you're giving it to everyone else. You get me? Yeah. So it's just like sharing this knowledge, innit, to everybody, and
that's what I
hopefully,
think. I think that's what the world should do, man. Share more knowledge about each other's positive sides instead of watching each other's negatives.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll be more harmonious in it and start respecting each other a bit more on this goddamn earth.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Because there is a lot of prejudice because of people just, again, lack of information, being ignorant, you know? I mean, so that's the best way to overcome those barriers, man.
I mean, furthermore, certain black people will be shocked with that as well.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh my God, you lot did this, that. How come we don't even know? And I'm like, why? Well, we've been a best kept hidden secret for a little while. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
sure.
100, man.
It is what it is.
Yeah, you get me. So like, yeah. Anyway, my brother, I would love to stay a bit longer. I've just got a few things to do still in it, but like, I just see you online in it. I just wanted to give that to you.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, I'll catch you later, bro. Yeah, peace, bless up.
Peace up, big up, chills, my brother. You give me my brother from the Punjab. Big up. You give me, I love that. Sometimes you give me, gotta. Obviously, what is the yeah? I don't know. I'll drop that link. Furthermore, let me copy and paste it. Furthermore, for my brother that wants to. Let me just. I'll copy and paste it. Then I'll send it down to the link. Yeah, man. Hey, what's that? Let me play the video of that thing this brother wanted to send us still. Yeah, coming from. I don't think so, man. Yeah, they're dead food. I know, I'm not gonna lie to you. They're playing. Who's been on Ethiopia Airline? Their food is nasty as fuck. You're right with that one. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, inshallah, man. Come on, inshallah. Everyone, I need to see an inshallah behind all of that. Everyone in there, everyone in the chat. We all need to see that. Yeah, but I want to bring up what a brother wanted to play about last time. I want to see what this is about still. So let's have a look at this. And again, guys, don't be shy. The link's in the chat. You get me? Let's make it into a conversation. You know how we do in SS. Give me my Hilligana, you go start toasting. I think the 7:30 one's a bit too early for you guys still. Yeah, wait, Blaz, where's that link? Furthermore, I forgot. Let me just go back off this one. Just get it out quickly. Let me just bring it out. Where is it? Where is it, man? What am I looking at, ladies and yep? The link that I just got sent, I think. There it is. Yeah, man. Let me see what's going on down here. Let me see your opinions on this one.
xaaladda magaalada laascaanood ayaa gashay khalkhal dhanka ammaanka ah kadib markii muddooyinkii u dambeeyey ay ka dhaceen dilal qorshaysan kuwaas oo lagu beegsanayo mas-uuliyiin ka tirsan somalilan iyo qaar ka mid a waxgaradka magaalada laascaanood dilalka qorshaysan ayaa aysan ka hadlin xukuumadda somalilan iyagoo ku gaabsaday dabley aan haybtooda la aqoonsan sidii horeba looga bartay maamulka bulshada magaalada laascaanood ayaa bilaabay kacdoonno lagaga soo horjeedo dilalka qorshaysan ee lala beegsanayo waxgaradka magaalada laascaanood iyadoona maalmihii u dambeeyey ay magaalada ka socdeen kacdoonno iyo kulamo lagaga hadlayo amniga oo aysan xukuumadda somalilan wax doora ku lahayn shir uu ku baaqay garaad jaamac garaad ismaaciil ducaale ayaa lagaga dhawaaqay guddi ka kooban 45 xubnood kuwaasi oo ka soo tala bixiya sidii loo wajihi karo amni darada ka jirta magaalada laascaanood iyadoona la filayo in maalmaha soo socda ay warbixin la wadaagaan bulshada xukuumadda somalilan ayaa ku fashilantay wax ka qabashada amni darada ka jirta magaalada laascaanood iyadoona ay gobolka sool joogaan ciidamada ugu badan ee somalilan sirdoonka gobolka sool ayaa ah mid aan shaqayn gebi ahaanba iyadoona sanadkii u dambeeyey sirdoonka gobolka loo soo magacaabay 7 mas-uul balse aysan waxba ka bedelin xaaladda magaalada laascaanood culimaadudiinka ayaa bulshada ugu baaqay inay ammaankooda ilaashadaan oo aysan cidna isku hadlayn karin maadaama ay xukuumadda somalilan aysan ahmiyad siin amni darada ka jirta magaalada laascaanood
say dawladu egmatay oo loo dirsaday haddii aasaasiyaadkii aan la samayn karayn oo qofkuba uu naftiisa aan u nabadgelaynin maxaa marka dawlad lagu yahay dawladnimo marka ma jirta dee wax meesha laga qabanaya oo loo joogaa marka ma jirta dee waan xusuustaa halkan mimbarkan baan ka hadlay 2011 bishii May bay ahayd baan filaya maalintii wadaadkii sheekh maxamed ibraahim sabatar la dilay galab bay ahayd waa la dilay ninkii dilay wuu soo cararay nin baa damcay inuu qabto ka soo daba cararay isagiina waa lagu tiriyey meel aan ka fogeyn baa booliisku fadhiya halkaas ka tamashay meelahaas oo kale gal garamaayo meel u dhex maray meel buu galay magaalada ciidankii baa dhooban hareeraheeda somalilan ciidan waxay lahayd awood halkay joogtaan booliiskii baa jooga habeenkii markaan dhex marayno meel kasta booliis baa kugu joojinaya hadda waxaaba caado noqotay haddii booliis fara badan habeenkii magaalada lagu soo daayo wartaba caawa yaa qoolan caawa cid baa shilaysane baa dadku cufay noqotay caadiya wax caadiya soo baxday arrintaas mar haddii booliis badan la arko qof baa yaalla waaqic dhabay noqotay waxaa jira niman dambi baarayaashii baa jira CID baa jirta waxyaabo fara badan baa shaqaynaya qofka la dilayo sanad walba ilaa 2010kii ilaa maanta 2021 aynu marayno dilka ku xukuman laascaanood ee somaliland ay joogto dawladna ka tahay oo burca ka dhacay oo hargeysa ka dhacay oo boorama ka dhacay oo halkaa ay ku xukuman tahay arrintaas maanaan garowsan wax la garowsan karana maaha wax aqal geli karana maaha waxaad marka qaad oranaysaa Soomaalidu waa qabaa'il colaado hore wax ka dhaxeeyeen xisaabaad hore tasfiyatul xisaabaad bay carabtu yiraahdaan waxyaabo hore meesha laga safaynayaado waxyaabo hore la tirsanayaa oo leeyahay laga safeeyaa meesha ka socota ilaa waxani maanaan aamusna waa hadalay oo ragga madaxda aanu in badan baan la hadlay waxa u dambeysay shirkii ka socday meesha la yiraahdo ari cadeeye ragii wasaaradda marayay shir baan la qaadanay وكلا هذا اللي وحنا ورياره وماشى كان مجالات dadkan la leeyahay wax laga qabto oo wax badan baa la sheegaya xam badan baa jirta waxaad yeeshaan fadhiga laga kaco waayay bay waan qabanaynaa waa balanqaad baan u kala tagnay waxa isbedel mare ragga madaxda ee ciidamada meeyaan haysta nin kamid oo aan mar la hadlaynay waan waryaa haddii aad leegin qolo kale idin dilaysa oo qolyahan gacanta loo sheego maxaad uga hadli weydeenoo mar kaliya u odhan weydeen nimanka noocaasa idin dilaya waa dadka ka joojiya dhiigga dadka islaamka daaya maxaa mar kaliya u hadli weydeen sheekh nin kula jooga lama xanta buudi wadaad baqaysaba adigaaga hadaad baqayso oo aad leedahay qole aan ka baqaya idin laynaysaa maxaad aniga dawladda ku meesha igu joogta marka maxaad iga ku qabanaysaa hadaad baqaysaba oodan kaba hadli karaynin cidda aniga ay dilaysa aad sheegto oo farta ku fiiqdo maxaad igu dilaysa hubi igu wadataa magaalada dhexdeeda waxaynu u baahan
mukhtar cabdi jaamac wararka hon cable laascaanood
Ooh, ay. He wants to break that down. He wants to break that down. I don't mind. That's a bit of a crazy story there still. Yeah. I don't know. I really don't have a clue, brother or sister. Sam in the chat. I don't know. That's a mad one to put out there. Them statements too. I don't know. I don't. You see, in these type of situations, I like to sometimes tread a bit carefully and say, you know what, I have to sit on the fence with that one. I need to see what's going on, and if there's killings that's going on over there, it should be people deserve their justice, right? Underneath the Jumhuriyat, Republic of Somaliland, of course. Why not? You have to be honest. And yeah, so what I want to wish تذكر بتيلان حارس first and foremost, innit? يجي واحد قد لنا summary يا إيمان, but I need to look into it more. You hear me? I need to look into it more still. This is a bit of a crazy one. Yes, Ahmed.
Yes, Khalid. How are you, bro?
I'm alright, broski. How you doing?
Alhamdulillah. How about?
Alhamdulillah, brother. How are you?
Wallahi, well, bro, you know what?
No, but
I just saw the stream.
The last video.
Quiet. I watched the last video. I came halfway through. I thought, let the video finish, and then
yeah. What's your thoughts? Because with me, that area there, it's a bit sticky.
Yeah.
I'm not, and then I think Sister Amal said it early in the chat, Ahmed. It's
What
always
did she
good
say?
for people. You know, I'll post that for you. Like, we were talking about this. I think this one the first time it got mentioned, and she's like, shouldn't it be best if people from the regions talk about certain areas? But isn't that stopping the conversation sometimes?
Technically, you're from that region.
I don't know. You know what?
Tribalism.
I thought tribal location-wise.
Location-wise, that's what we got back.
I will agree with you, because do you know why? I'll have to let you get away with that, because you're from the Djibouti, you're all the way down there, so anyone up there is all close to each other. Like, you're nearly at the bottom bits, innit? So you're looking upwards, innit?
Yeah, you guys got the same location, same dialect. You know what I mean?
Same. You can hardly tell who's who.
People have different fathers and mothers. That's totally normal. But jokes aside, I'm not too informed about this, Magarata. But from the little that I've heard, Magarata, not about this situation, but previously when I previously heard a few times about one or two assassinations happening. I think it's something to do with the people in that area, Magarata, Bulbanta themselves being divided.
Yeah, I heard something like
Somaliland, some being pro-Puntland, and so on and so forth. And so it feels like a political thing where people are kind of being demoralized in a sense. Someone's behind it clearly in order to kind of not allow people to express themselves, if you get what I mean.
I understand.
If somebody can just get rid of you, pick you out, like feathers from a bird, then it means that you won't really bother putting your life on the line, You'll just focus on your family and you know, you know what, you get what I mean.
I get you. I get you, Ahmed.
Why would you put yourself at risk for something which is meaningless in a sense?
No, I kind of, you know, this is where I get a lot. This is where I get a lot of stick from. You know, I've been getting a lot of stick here on certain other apps and this year when I speak about. You know, when I throw my 2 cents in this, innit? Yeah. Look, I'm against. I have to stick, you know, by my principles sometimes, Ahmed, innit? Yeah. When I say, even if it goes against the grain and it goes against what everyone else thinks. I'm a type of man that likes to stand on my own, and I think a lot of people I kind of yeah. So for me, it's this Khilafat, I'd say people in that region just really need to sit down, have a vote, and I'll tell everyone to have a clean vote. The census, no one leaves the scene. Sit them down, have the vote of what side are you on. So it's just clear, Ahmed. Do you get where I'm coming from, Lolo?
I don't think that's extreme. That seems very sensible. But what I was talking about meaningless wasn't about that, about whose side they're on. When I said meaningless, I was talking about an individual level. I think Khalid, for example, had that موقف بدأ من سنة ما قرأت. Not about nationalism, whatever. Even as a guy living in the UK and London, you have opinions on things, right? Some opinions might be more important to you and deep to you than others, and so. But if you realize that your life is on the line every time you express a certain belief, or you try to express yourself or say certain things, then you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't. You wouldn't bother to do it because then it becomes meaningless, because then you as a father, for example, as a brother, as a son, you're betraying all those people in a sense because you know what the consequences of your action might be, and so in a sense. If you're not going to go the whole way, and if people in the city aren't going to fight or stand up and sort this situation out, and you can say it anywhere. You can say it about, for example, knife crime in London, you can say it about anything. If you're not going to stand up and fight it all together, then it's useless in a sense sometimes, just saying a few words about it, because sometimes you've got to put your foot down. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're from Hamar, right? Or a village near Hama, and you decide to say something which isn't so pleasant about Al-Shabaab. It's not worth it. You're wasting your life over something meaningless. You either fight them and you make your stance clear and you educate people about it and you buy the necessary weapons and you live in the necessary place to defend yourself, or you keep quiet. You don't do 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You get what I mean?
I get you, but maybe some people are just fed up now because think about it, and but they keep saying for no sabab, and if the Jumu'ah, there is a government and what is going on and what is this deal like the guy said from Korea, like for the last 10 years that more death tolls by in Los Angeles than anywhere else. Do you get where I'm coming from, my G?
Yeah, but
so that is concerning. So for me, as a person that believes in Somalia, I feel like, okay, cool. It's this iron needs to be sorted out, really, for me. Because they just have as right for protection as they have the right as protection as someone that's living in Hargeisa, Bur'a, you know what I'm saying? So that guy did say something profound, goes, whatever. And to me, where he went at the end, where he goes, okay, Malau Hasaha Hasu Sanasan. That's you know me and you, Ahmed. That's dog whistles. And dog whistles can lend up and it can fester into something where you know what, and that's something that I wouldn't want to see. What do you feel? Ahmed?
You're totally right, Magarat. And if Las Anod is part of Somaliland, and I remember in the Fahad Yassin argument we've been having in the last two debates or so, we talked about intelligence, Magarat. And I think Somaliland's intelligence is pretty good, Magarat. And so, if I can be critical of Somaliland, Magarat, I think something smells fishy. And I'm sure you would agree with me, because Las Anod is in New York or London, right? And the Somaliland intelligence reaches all the way to Karak and further away, Magarat. They probably even have people working for them in Hamar and so on and so forth. And that's how they manage to keep it stable, mashallah. And so for them to pretend that they don't know who on earth is behind, or that they have no idea, Magarat.
That's ridiculous. It's absurd.
It makes no sense, right? They should know what's happening in Watala near the Ethiopian border, They should know what's happening in Arigaba and Padana and so on, and Las Anod and Buhod and whatever. And if they don't, then that means something's wrong with the intelligence. But I beg to differ, because I think their intelligence is pretty good, and they have a variety of different people working for them, for different tribes and different ethnic groups and so on and so forth. Something's a little bit fishy. Why it's not being disclosed or why it's not being solved, I can't quite put my finger on it. But obviously, the main blame lies on the people from the region. They need to stand up and make more noise.
Do you think it's because it's that region particularly? That with Khartoum, because both sides of Khartoum just got creative for Siad created it. Other sides are saying the British borderlines, and it is a very sketchy, touchy area. And like I say, yeah, go ahead.
You have to remember Lubante and Wasangiri also live in Buhod, Arigaba, Banan, and so on. And for some reason, this isn't happening in those places. And I would like to think that Las Hamad is a pretty safe city, Magarata, even for the Somaliland standards. I've seen Somaliland politicians go there all the time and do their campaigns there and whatever. And so, I don't know. It isn't as simple as you want to make it seem. Plus, the people who are being targeted are the useful people in society, Magarata. Agonia Hanel, Aqilin, Magarata. And so, obviously, it's not too far-fetched. If it was my guess, I would say that it's Rubante and Rubante Magarata or Wasingiri.
I don't want to. This is why Ahmed.
I would probably say that.
As a Darul, I would have said you're Hartiya, but you're not Hartiya. They kicked you out. I'm sorry. I do apologize.
They didn't kick me out. I'm just.
You left. You said, fuck this. I'm Rahan. I'm doing my own solo dolo thing.
Maya, Sede is actually Hafti's uncle, so I'm not. But that's beside the point. The point is, Magarata, I have honestly, I have no tensions. Let's say my tribe, I don't have a problem with any tribe, but my tribe has no problem with Rubant historically, Magarata. And we don't live anywhere near each other. We've never had any tension. And so there's no reason for me to be biased against the Magarata. If anything, I should be favorable. But no, I just like to be honest sometimes. I just like to be truthful. Usually,
I like to be,
same. The people who hurt you the hardest are the ones who are inside of you. The enemy.
This person said, how can I join? Someone wants to join. I think they're new. Here's the link. I'll send you the link, but the link is in the chat. It's the blue thing, but the link is right there for you. So if you want to press that and just follow the instructions and come on. I think this person wants to throw their 2 cents in this. Hopefully they know what we're talking about. Inshallah. But Ahmed, for me, it's that region because, again, like you said, you said earlier, you're kind of closer. I'm nowhere near closer to these guys. I don't tell an accent. Like with me, as a, particularly as a Samus, as a Habarawa, me, I ain't got nowhere. I really don't have a clue what's going on in Las Anod on them sides, which is confusing. Ahmed.
No, but you can't say that, Khalid. You can't say that. That's just you being ignorant.
It's me being ignorant. I'll tell you the truth. Like I keep saying,
you know what I mean?
Literally.
I know, but that's you being ignorant, right?
Oh, no.
But technically, you should have more to do with them than I should ever have to do with them.
I should technically
have the same grandfather from 1,000 years or more ago. That doesn't matter. I mean,
no.
You live next door to each other, and I should have more information about people who live next door to me. Or maybe people who are related to somebody from.
I would say they're my next door. I wouldn't say they're my next door neighbors. I'll say they're down the block, around the corner. Then I can let you know them ones. So it's kind of a bit, technically a bit sketchy. But
yes,
I don't know,
specifically as a Saad Morsi, yes, of course. But in terms of the Saad Magarata and so on, literally, I wouldn't even say neighbors. I would say live in the same place, same neighborhood, Magarata. And so, because the thing that's both unique about the Saga and Lubante is that neither of them live anywhere else, Magaraka.
Apart from, on a chart, I think, like I say,
with regards to the Italian Magaraka, but none of them really live there. And so, but obviously, is there someone else who has joined in?
I think it's Dr. Rad.
Okay, he's definitely not
accent.
He's definitely not Lubante.
I don't know that.
What's the topic about double hunting today? Oh
Now
yeah, I
we were just
forgot.
talking.
It's Talker Tuesday.
Yeah, well, now we're just flowing in it. Ain't
What
really
about
no
Las
topic.
Anod?
Yeah, right now
Yes.
we're just flowing about Los Anod. Earlier I talked about I think a Sikh brother from a Sikh brother came in, played a beautiful video about Somali heritage. Spoke about Misachid. Imagine this, I played the video. If you go to the early stream from the beginning, Misachid Holland the school high star. The Somalis are punching each other up, kind of ebb. And yeah, that's about it. And then Dar Ali so ranting about Gorgorio, what's his name, Robles. But now we're on Los Anod. Like, there's a
Can
little
I
tension
add
kicking
another?
up.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
add another subject I'm curious
Go
about?
ahead.
I just want to rant about.
Go
We
ahead,
all
man.
know, no disrespect to the Italian people, but Italian is a useless language. Mogadishu University is now going to teach Italian as a subject, even though it's a
But
foreign
now,
language. Yeah,
are you sure?
yeah. Mogadishu University is going to add Italian, to study,
As a
just like
subject.
it's
As a subject,
subject.
as a curriculum.
Yeah, but you should teach everything as a subject. What is, if you got the money and the to open departments, and you've got the professors to teach it, they're not teaching in that language, are they? So they're obviously teaching in Somali or the international language, which is English. And so I wouldn't see what the problem with that is. It's probably good to have a few scholars who've mastered the Italian language, who probably can look back at the colonial books and so on and scripts and analyze them in deep detail without translating them to something else. It's just good to have different.
I think there's a brother trying to come on. His device is not connecting. I think he needs to come in and come back in. Yeah.
What do you lot think of like foreign languages? Like, because I'm very nationalistic about the Somali language. Like, do you think like a second language should be added or a third language be added into the language?
No, do you know what I'm laughing about that? Yeah, I got suspended and kicked off a whole platform because of Somali nationalism. Man, let me in it, yeah. And oh my lord, they literally cried. And some of our brothers and sisters, I got booted off Ahmed. My account got suspended.
You don't have to do anything to get kicked off in Clubhouse, do you?
They're very sensitive and they don't understand. They're childish, they're sensitive. The worst thing is, I went there to go network in a Qabil, and all I see is Qabil, divorcee women's, and every day. But Somali speakers, a group of us, we went in there, we livened it up, share call, and then it got heated at one time, innit? Because like Rad said, I think I brought out a subject about, because there's a couple of people spreading this campaign about Arabic, al-Gubit, everything. What do you guys think about that? Even the farts and everything, and then a lot of people got pissed off.
I'm gonna add this again. It's bad enough, right? Yeah, I'll give you a quick history lesson. The reason why we're using Latin is because of those Italians. The reason why in the 70s we didn't have a written alphabet, because I've met Osman Yusuf, his descendant, Yusuf Osman, who's the relative of the inventor. I've met him personally and got books of this guy. He told me that.
So you got a new guy. Yo, brother, assalamu alaikum. New panelist. Hello. Aiden. Hello. Hello. Yeah, brother. You there?
Yeah, what's up?
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the panel.
Wa alaikum salam, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, how you doing? Welcome to the panel, man.
Welcome. Thank you.
Yeah,
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rad. What are you saying? The 70s,
yeah,
the language.
Basically, we didn't have a writing alphabet
I got a
in
question.
the 70s because those Italians,
go ahead,
they banned.
What is this channel for? It's my first time.
Are you Somali?
Half and half.
Yeah, it's about Somali. We speak about Somali issues, home and abroad, my broski.
Khalid, you didn't answer the important question.
Yeah.
Which half?
I know which half. He ran away. Yo, there's a new guy, Bashir King. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Which half?
I know which half. Yeah, we can hear you. You need to switch off the YouTube. You ran away. Yo, there's a new guy, Bashir King. Salam alaikum, my brother. Which half? I know which half. Yeah, we can hear you. You need to switch off the YouTube. Yeah, Bash, switch off the YouTube. It happens to everyone when they're new here. Yeah, he came on. He said he's half Somali, innit?
I don't believe him. I believe he's full. He sounded full.
I don't know.
And he spelled his name Alan with 2 A's.
I know. So Somali Gani. I think Clubhouse may get Sarah and I think Melasi get Sarah and we're going to but I think this brother Bashir is here as well. Hope you yo mic check Bashir.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
نقعد كير إنير.
Okay, hadna.
Perfect.
Okay.
Welcome, my brother Bashir. Welcome.
Yeah, nice to be on the show tonight, man. I saw it. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, thank you. It's different from Clubhouse, isn't it, my brother?
Yeah, it's a little bit different. No book.
No book. We stick to the topics. Right now, this brother was a witness as well, innit? Yeah. The whole conversation kicked off, and this brother Rad, he loves the Somali language. You know, he's the guy that introduced, Usmania to the Somali speakers. We were like, wow, we had our own far. So, brother Rad, do you want to carry on? About the Latin. That's Yumi.
Sure. We didn't have a written alphabet. We didn't have a written alphabet till the 70s, even though we did, because the Italians, they banned it and they imprisoned a lot of people, and the members of the SYL were using the Osmania script. And there's even pages of that from back in the day that was written in Somali and Osmania. I can even read it and write. And the Italians were fearful of this alphabet. That's why they started to arrest people and they banned it. And Siad Barre finally killed it in the 70s because there was the choice of adopting the Osmania or the Latin. And they chose the Latin because there was printing presses and stuff in Latin. And you know what's funny? There was even a typewriter in Osmania. Did you know that?
A typewriter in Osmania? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, there's a typewriter. I've seen it myself in Osmania. It's probably in some Italian museum.
But how you guys? I wanted to ask everyone, including Brother Bashir, preserving our language.
Oh yes. I want to add something about this. This is going on the internet about Arabic. There's a lot of Somalis, and Somalis are very divided on this. And about this, you know, like the Wadad script. There are a lot of Somalis online who are campaigning for Wadad, Afar Wadad, to be returned back to how it was written back in the day. And there's Somalis like me who want Osmania. Even there's a keyboard online to type in Far Wadad. What's your opinion on that?
Opinion is, I'll be like, you know what? Is it I think it might be too late to introduce our own Fartena. I think it'd be too difficult. How would you implement it? These are the type of
Can I give you an example? Can I add an example? You know, Mongolia has got 3 alphabets. Somalia has got 3 alphabets. And Azerbaijan has got 3 alphabets. And Kazakhstan, I'll give you an example of Kazakhstan and Mongolia. Back in the day, Mongolian used to be written in traditional Mongolian. But when the Soviets, I think, conquered or brought communism to Mongolia, the alphabet they stopped using it. It was basically out of use. Then they introduced Cyrillic. Then the Mongolian government also reintroduced the Mongolian script. And they basically, by 2025, all schools and all governments and everybody has to start using the Mongolian traditional script, and the government's pumping millions into the project. Kazakhstan is moving away from Cyrillic due to its past colonialism with Russia. They want to introduce the Kazakhstan Latin. So for Somalis, I don't think it's impossible. If today or tomorrow, let's say the Somali government wanted to introduce Osmania and make a few changes, and the government put, let's say, 20 or 30 million into the project, would you support it or be against it?
I'll support it. Hell yeah.
I would be totally against it.
Why would you? What? Ahmed, why would you be against it? Bashir and Ahmed, are you saying you've been against it, yeah?
Totally.
Ahmed T, Rad, and Bashir, hold up the panel. I'm going to come back, you guys, and you guys discuss it in it, yeah? Go on, I'm going to come back for 5 minutes.
Yes, I'll carry on while Khalid's away. I would be against it for the simple reason that it's not feasible. It is extremely expensive.
So what's your thoughts on that, Ahmed T and Bashir?
Also, it doesn't make sense, you have to think about it. In Somali, we have so many people who are illiterate, who don't speak the language, who can't write or read. So why would you try to, bring an entire new language, an entire new form of an alphabet, a writing system to the country? already
Osmania is not a new
yeah, but
language. It's basically like
but
what,
no, but it's
100
okay. It's a
years old.
different alphabet. It's a different alphabet. You know, you gotta understand. You know, the Somali language was never officially written. You know, it was never formalized in any official manner whatsoever. It was always an oral language. It was passed down from generation to
How do
generation.
you know that? Because apparently there was an alphabet in Djibouti found called Sumudu. It kind of looks like hieroglyphs. Even Siad Barre himself said that
How old
Somalis
is
have
it?
this ancient script. Like I find it difficult to believe that you're telling me Somalis from back in the day never had an alphabet. Yes, we did write in Far Wadad, which is based on Arabic, but before that, because
If I
don't
can just
forget,
come in, guys.
languages.
If I can just jump in, I think there was an alphabet, Magrat, even a long time ago. I think, although most of us were nomads, there were pockets of civilizations which required different forms of communication, and maybe they varied across those pockets, Magrat. But the reason I said, if I can just carry on, it's too expensive. When in the 1970s, when they decided to take the Latin alphabet, it was very strategic because they didn't have to invent their own keyboards. They didn't have to invest in different things, typewriters and so on, in different forms. So when you and right now, you know, when you use the Latin alphabet, it also helps extremely much. It really helps with the learning Latin language, specifically the English language, Magarata, which is a bonus for anybody who's trying to get educated in Somalia at the moment, or in the Horn. And so that's why it's more beneficial. If you were a rich country, or an oil-producing country, or we had a sudden influx of wealth, then I would be pro, but not at the moment.
Hello.
Yes, Rad, come back in.
Yes, Ahmed T. Did you get the link in the private chat? Compare that to the Latin, because I find the Osmania more easier to write than the Latin. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, but the problem is that you've got to produce your own magarata, your own equipment, and you've got to invest a lot of money, man, extremely large sums. And there has to be great logistics. You've got to get it to all the schools and all magarata, the educational institutions. It really isn't worth it. For example, I would support that venture, because whether it fails or not, then you've got money to waste, magarata. But right now, you couldn't pull it off anyway. Magarata. It's not feasible.
Go ahead, brother Bashir.
Brother Bashir, what's your thoughts on it?
This looks like, I'm looking at it right now, it looks like a little bit snippets of it. It does not look like a formalized alphabet whatsoever. The Latin alphabet is the most used alphabet in the world. It doesn't make any sense to deviate from it whatsoever.
I like Bashir. I think it will be too late as well, bro. Come on. Into Fertile Barneo, maybe as a future 20 years down the line, but I think we've got bigger things to fish us to fry. That's what I think.
Yeah, definitely. It should not be disregarded. It should be saved and maintained as a national heritage, but only something only along that line out only, not something to be taken seriously. The main priority.
If you've got money to spend, then it's a possible great venture. If you've got extra money lying around, because then even if it fails, you just carry on.
Ahmed T, yeah, that's true. But let me give you an example.
Then it can be catastrophic, Magarata. It can strip 2 or 3 generations, maybe, of children of their education, which is already desperate, Magarata, right now.
Ahmed T, can I say something about the Arabic alphabet? Like the government, Ilahi Ogia, how much the Somali government spends money on printing billboards and documents and everything from signs to posts in Arabic. Well, the 18 million.
Yeah, but Arabic, dinta, bro.
No, I'm talking about, and I
I
don't
got fried
understand
for
you.
this, you know. I got killed for this the other day when I put this
No,
up.
but I'm telling you right here, I think it's useless because Somali is the official and dominant language. If you're going to learn Arabic as dinta in terms of like Quranka, I have no issues with that. We could use the Fawadad. But in terms of national, official, and dominant language, I believe that Osmania should be the official alphabet along with the Latin. Just like in Ireland, how they use the Irish language and it's written alongside the English, even at the airports or anywhere you go. Like, what do you think of that?
Speak but how many people speak the old Celtic language? That's the question. I don't think many people speak, you know. And Arabic is not
No,
useless.
but the Irish language, if you go to the airport in Ireland or anywhere, if you look at signposts or streets, it's going to be in English and it's going to be in the Irish language.
But you know why
the
they do
population
that?
of Ireland is 4 million, probably like 200,000 people can speak it.
Yeah, but you know why they do it? You know, they don't do it because to make sure to, you know, accommodate the people who speak the language. They do it as a way, you know, to stick to the English, you know. The Irish had been long so occupied by the English that they lost their own culture. And this was a way for them to get back their culture and, you know, to say we are different from the English, we are proud Irish. That's why they do it, not because as a way, you know, to make sure that the people who speak the language are, you know, guided, you know, and are helped. That's not why they do it. And Arabic is not useless, you know. It's a very useful language because if you cross the Gulf of Aden, across there, it's the Arabian Peninsula. There's so much trade potential there.
I said it's only good for learning the Dinta and Quranka. You should only, if I was the president of Somalia, if I was gonna be the president of Somalia, I would have adopted the Osmania and second with that as learning the Quran and that.
But it's a trading language, you know, not only for the deen, because the Arabian Peninsula can be the largest trade partner for Somalia.
I understand you, but the majority of the world speaks English, even in those Arab countries of Ingrisi, Hadlayan, like. Do you get where I'm coming from?
I get where you're coming from, but you know, it makes the trade a lot easier. And also, we have a lot of Somali communities that live in the Arabian Peninsula, you know, in Qatar, the UAE, all those countries. So it's not completely useless, but I understand why you might want to prioritize, you know, the heritage of Somali language of this language, you know, because it's our national heritage.
Oh, that's true. I care about Somali heritage, but I'm not happy about foreign languages or whatever foreign culture coming into Somalia, just like in any other country.
Yeah, you know what it is? I feel like
I'll give an example. You know, our next door neighbor, Ethiopia. If you go to Addis Ababa, because I've been there, everything is in Amharic and that, yeah, and everything they maintain their culture. If you get what I'm saying. But with Somalida, even their currency, it has to be in their own money. Yeah. Like they're very strict. I'm thinking, why is it
they don't trade in dollars? I remember that thing. You're not allowed to use dollar in the middle of the souk.
No, if you cannot. If you got dollars and that, you have to go to the custom exchange place or go to the bank.
But but that's not a fair comparison. You know, Ethiopia didn't have a collapsed government for the last 30 years. Come on. They had a functional government.
But even our neighbor Eritrea, right? Yeah, even neighboring Eritrea,
but even they had, you know, a functioning government. You know, the Somali government has just had its first central bank. You know, we finally have a central bank, so it will take some time to, you know, print our own currency and maintain its value. So it's a convenience. You know, why the reason that people use a dollar in Somalia, because the dollar is safe, it is trusted. You can't trust the Somali shilling because it's a very, you know, devaluated currency. It doesn't have any value whatsoever. So it's not a fair comparison. But I get where you're coming from.
That's true. But the problem is, do we value? The problem is, we are Somali people, as the millions of Somalis across the globe, and us in the Horn of Africa, all over. Do we value our alphabet? Do we value our currency? Do we value our passports? How many Somalis in Somalia actually value their currency, their passports?
The problem
their
is,
branding.
But the thing is,
I read about Somali people. The only thing I read about our people is business. that we are very good at business, and we are how can I describe it? We're not like those countries. I've written something about this. Have you ever noticed that foreign companies cannot penetrate Somalia because
Very
we've got
entrepreneurial.
very entrepreneurial people? Like, for example, a lot of Africans I've spoken to, and they didn't know this, that Shell is the largest money transfer company in the whole of Africa. And if you look at Somalia, it's poorer than other African countries because of the war and all of that. Yeah, but if you look at it, countries that are stable in Africa, I'll give you an example. You know, Ethiopia, Western Union, and that. Yeah, you're gonna find bare foreign hawalid. You will find it in Somalia, but the majority of Somalis are going to use Dahab Shil. And if you look at DSTV, which is the largest pay TV company in Africa, which is based in what do you call it, South Africa. They've conquered every country in Africa apart from North Africa and Somalia, because there's bare pay TV providers in Somalia, but in Ethiopia there's none at all. Because in Ethiopia, the thing up there, I think Somalia's economy is better than Ethiopia in terms of, like, Somalia has got a sector that's thriving nicely, that's run by the private sector. But
Yeah, we have a
Ethiopia,
free
it's all
economy.
like,
They have a socialist economy.
no, I'm talking about Somalia has got a private sector. Ethiopia, everything is state dominated.
That's
You can't even build a fast food. If you wanted to open a KFC, you're better off opening in Somalia than Ethiopia, because everything is dominated by the state, if you make a comparison.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It is mad, the fact that Somalia has been so unstable for the last 30 years, but yet we have the cheapest mobile data in the whole in Africa, and we have the high. Yeah,
it's crazy, isn't it? The internet thing is crazy.
The highest mobile transfer payments in all of Africa.
Now, I'd say there's mentioned all the Lamba Kuchita, man. That's about it. Man, like white bread. Yo, big up. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Come through. Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
I see that video you put up for us today, man. I see.
What video?
Huh?
You still on the fence?
Oh, me, cuz yeah. What's your thoughts? Let me know, because you brought that video up. I want to hear your thoughts. Now, be honest as well. Say it with your heart.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, Somaliland is to blame, because they're the ones that control the security of the city. They should protect the citizens. The Sheikh mentioned, you don't see it in Bur'o or Hargeisa, people get assassinated.
So, brother, you're saying, is it poor on the Somaliland's behalf?
Yeah.
The neglect and the negligence.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I totally agree with you, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have to totally agree with you on that one. Because me, as a Somalilander, to see 11 people, I don't know how much was it, a couple of people die in around there, it has to be questionable. And there has to be
it needs to be questionable.
Yeah, there needs to be a full-on investigation. I'll totally back that, will I?
So.
Yeah, so talk to me, man. What's going on? First time on the panel, what's going on? Anything you want to discuss? We're talking about bringing the Somali language back in. How muhim do you think it is?
The Somali language?
Yeah. Like writing the calligraphy.
Me personally, I don't mind getting changed to Arabic, instead of Latin. Like if you go to Somalia, you see that license plates, like half is in Arabic, and like the billboards, there's many stuff written in Arabic. And I swear it's a second language, isn't it? The Arabic language.
But how many people
Arabic
speak the language?
is not spoken.
Yeah, not that many
No, it's
people
written.
speak.
It's written. It's
yeah,
written.
but
Like,
they don't
the
speak
license
it.
plates and there's many people speak it.
Not really.
If you don't.
Only sheikhs and scholars speak it, and maybe some business people, but majority of the people they don't speak Arabic.
No, but they can
You
go
know,
by, like, for example.
my, can I add something? I think the Arabic language should only be taught in Quranka. That's pretty much it. And the Arabic language, which is the second official language that I'm not happy about, should
Yeah,
be
exactly.
removed. I
Nah,
believe
nah,
it
nah,
should be
disagree.
removed because the reason why
Nah,
we
nah,
joined, the reason why we have Arabic, because we joined the the Arab League back in the 70s, all thanks to Siad Barre. If Somalia today or tomorrow were to leave, the Arabic alphabet would be removed. What's your thoughts on that, or wouldn't be?
I don't even see how this is a discussion, to be honest, because I just heard the brother say that he wouldn't mind for it to be changed to the Arabic alphabet. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
the right.
you know,
What, the Latin? Instead
yeah,
of
but
writing
what is the
Latin, you can
benefit
write.
in that? It's more beneficial to have it in Latin. I don't understand. It's clearly
No, the
not for a
Latin.
religious reason.
It's the white man language. So
Ahmed,
why do you write in Latin?
Ahmed, do you wanna speak up a little
Like, let
bit,
me
Ahmed?
ask you lot, how many of you
Sorry,
are
are you not able to hear me?
comfortable in writing the Latin alphabet, or
No,
the non-Somalis
it's
reading what you're saying in Somali?
it
Because when
doesn't
I'm
matter if
writing in
they
Somali, when I'm writing in the Somali language, I whether it's something that I'm reading, that I want to write about, I will not even use the Latin alphabet. I've got even a whole massive 100-something page written in Osmania, and none
you
of you
just
wouldn't
sound
be able to read
paranoid, to
it.
be honest. It's not as if they would understand anyway. You know,
What's Osmania? What's the language? Keep on saying. What is it? Yeah, Rad, Doctor.
Yeah,
Or yeah,
yes,
what's the thing called? What's it called? That thing you
the
said.
Osmania.
Yeah, what is that? Oh, damn, you can't hear me.
We
I
can hear
think the
you, we can hear
brother is
you,
gone,
brother.
bro.
We can hear you, we
I
can hear
think the
you, brother.
brother
Oh yeah.
stopped.
Mm. Now, but I wanted to get into what Brother Bashir was saying about the 30-year thing. Bashir, what were you saying, brother?
I was saying, it's remarkable the fact that 30 years of civil war, instability, yet somehow we have managed to have so many great entrepreneurship in Somalia. We have our own domestic banks. Many of our resources, natural resources, are not owned by foreign entities like so many countries in Africa. We have our own little companies there. Foreign companies have not penetrated our domestic markets. And the depth of the foreign debt that we own is very low, compared to other countries in Africa. Even Kenya today, they announced, they want to get an IMF loan to pay back its debts because they can't pay back their debts. Imagine that, Kenya. They have the largest economy in East Africa.
Because they borrowed a lot from China and the IMF along with
Yeah.
Pakistan and that. You know what's my greatest fear for Somalia is? I don't want to sound like the brother, even though he's not present, I see free. I do not want the boogeyman. I do not want this foreign hegemony to come back to Somalia, for example. If when Somalia becomes stable, inshallah, you're
But
gonna have the IMF.
was there
You're
a
gonna have
foreign
the IMF.
hegemony? And
You're
was
gonna
there
have
Sorry, brother, but was there ever a foreign hegemony in Somalia?
No, I'm talking about once the country becomes stable, you're gonna have the IMF, China, and many other foreign countries that want to invest in Somalia. They want to basically control the resources of that country. Like, for example, Cuba. Cuba is under sanctions, but Cuba is thriving. Cuba has got its own tourism sector. It's got its own biotech pharmaceutical sector. But the sanctions have messed up that country. I want Somalia the way it is, but I want the peace to come.
I mean, the thing is, the thing you have to understand is, Magarata, these foreign, let's put it in layman's terms so people who are listening can understand, Magarata. Hedge funds, this, IMF, let's just call it what it is, Magarata. Rich people who give loans to countries for very high interest. And then these stupid poor countries who aren't educated enough to calculate their spending are then stuck in debt to these countries. And basically, these countries own them and their resources. And so China kind of behaves like that too. And so when they build a major infrastructure project in Kenya or in Addis Ababa, the rail line, the light rail, and if they can't pay it back, then in the contract, in the small print, it might say that China owns Mombasa port for the next 100 years or 150 years. So Mombasa port, for example, can be doing phenomenal for 150 years, but imagine if they couldn't get any profits from it, apart from the wages that are paid to the workers, and even then the Chinese might bring in their own workers to even gather back some of the money from there. And the longer it takes you to pay it back, the more interest you've got to pay. And so it's an endless cycle unless that country chooses to forgive you, which it most likely won't. It will basically rape you of resources, which will cause a brain drain because the successful people from your country, the educated ones, the smart ones, won't want a life in a country which isn't growing economically because you won't really grow if you're really stuck in debt. And so I think that's the problem with a lot of African countries at the moment. The reason that we're not like that at the moment is because they're not investing. They're all ready to invest, Turkey, China, America, the Arab countries, because they know even if we can't pay them back, there's way more than enough resources for all of them to gather back 1,000 times more than what they've spent. So if the country was 100% stable, you would see all of them running in to build major infrastructure projects. But then the smart thing for us to do would be, because we have such a small population, not to get excited and say, hey guys, what do we really need? What infrastructure projects do we really need? Do we really need 1,000 high quality roads connecting every village to every city, as some poor countries try to do when they tap into their wealth? Or do we need to be reasonable, Magarat, and spend within our means and behave like European countries do, Magarat? I live in the UK and half the roads are potholed, Magarat. And it's not because they can't get a loan to fix it, but they try and live within their means, Magarat. And so I think that's what it comes down to, Magarat. Spending on the right projects at the right time, people being educated enough, and people asking the government where their taxes going, Magarat. Because if the UK government, for example, decided to take $5 trillion, $10 trillion from the IMF without really discussing it, putting it by Magarat, the UK public, then there will be outroar, Magarat. Because then the people will say, why do our children have to pay back all this money because of your flimsy spending habits, Magarat? And these are the debates we usually see happening, Magarat. And so, but we don't need to borrow. There's way more than enough resources that we can build infrastructure.
But
And even
Ahmed
more
T,
for other countries.
if the government had the resources and the money and hundreds of billions in that year, would the government be capable of building the country, mobilizing the millions of workers in terms of building roads, power plants, factories? What's your thoughts on that?
That's the problem with you. You're already getting excited, Magarat, to the extent that you want.
I'm not getting excited. I'm just saying, is the government capable if their government had the resources?
No, but you don't need to start building roads, power plants, rail lines, all of that at once. You need to create maybe a few of those facilities in high quality, Magarat. So maybe really improve 2 of your ports, which you currently have. Build maybe 1 rail line project, maybe invest in solar energy, Magarat. But you don't have to do everything at once. And so once those things start generating money, maybe give it 5 years, then you can do more, Magarat. And obviously invest a lot of money in health and education. Those are just things that you can't gamble on even as an individual, Magarat. But when it comes to trying to build everything at once, it's not worth it. And the population is very small. They could all live extremely comfortable lives. I think the only scenario where I see, for example, Somalia had the borrowing money is if it was stable, 100% stable, is to kind of extract its resources. If that makes sense. And then once those resources are extracted, then the money that it would have to pay back would be Magarat, peanuts. And from there, I think it would be stable, Magarat. And so, economics has never been an issue, Magarat. Somalia, it's just how we strategic place with Salah. But the gas, uranium,
you know what our Achilles?
The opportunities are endless.
You know, Ahmed, you know what our Achilles heel is, as a country? We have out of control, federal states. Like, for example, the port of Berbera, the fact that it was leased out to DP World, and then 90% of it was in the hands of Ethiopia and DP World, shows how much problem the federal states can cause, We've got Puntland.
Bashir, the contract was illegal.
Huh?
but we're going into politics now, aren't we? That's
No,
the
no, no.
problem
But I'm
with our
saying,
argument.
but the problem is with Somalia is the federal government is too weak to enforce, to prevent these federal states from entering deals
but
with
you
foreign
just said
entities.
That, but Bashir, that's the
you just
problem.
gave
Like, if you look at it, Kenya Airways
Yeah.
and Fly Dubai and many foreign airlines, how come, Mogadishu is the national capital of Somalia? How come Kenya Airways is not doing flights to Mogadishu, but it's going to Hargeisa instead? Like, I see that as a massive fuck you and insult.
I think you're exaggerating with regards to
No, but
the
even if we leave
international
that,
airlines.
no.
They do fly frequently to Hamar Magarata, Kenyan Airways.
Yeah.
Maybe they stopped now because of the dispute.
Yes, those
then
are Somali-owned airlines that fly from Mogadishu to Kenya. But why isn't Kenya Airways? This is the weird thing, yeah. Can I finish, yeah?
No, you did have
Why
Kenyan
doesn't Kenya
Airways
Airways?
from Nairobi to Mogadishu. You did.
But that
I don't
doesn't
know if they
matter.
do it anymore.
That's
You
irrelevant.
you had Ethiopian Airlines, Addis Ababa, traveling there, and you had them going to a few other cities, for example, Garo and Puntland and so on. And I know they were going to Somaliland, but then the situation with you is the two of you are kind of in denial in a sense, because you gave the example of Somaliland, Magarat, which has been claiming independence and has been autonomous for 30 years. And then you want to use that as an example.
It doesn't matter.
No, but you want to use
Bashir
that
Ahmed
as an
T, it
example
don't
of
matter.
out of hand federal state.
But is Puntland doing that?
Okay.
Puntland is
Even
Puntland
okay,
is.
Ahmed.
Can I?
No, but
Wait,
you have
wait,
to accept that that's a special situation, Magarat.
No, okay. Even if we leave that, let's look at Puntland. The fact that Puntland acts like an autonomous state within Somalia shows how weak the federal. But it acts like an autonomous state within Somalia. It enters into agreements with foreign entities. And that's the problem in Somalia. The federal government is too weak.
Question to you.
No, but for example, deals. Like, look, can we get to deals right here? For example, you know when it comes to foreign companies, big businesses, do you think they should deal with the federal government or the central government, or with federal states?
Only the federal government.
But guys, you're being
the
delusional.
central.
We know what should happen if there's a proper government, but there isn't, Magarat. And so the question you posed about Puntland, for example, do you blame them? I mean, why should they, Magarat, pause everything on hold, Magarat?
But it undermines the long-term, potential of Somalia. All right.
I know it does, but
it's short money.
Bashir, there's a Yemeni bank called Kah Bank. A decade ago, they opened in Bosaso, and they've got a branch in Djibouti. But if they wanted to open in Somalia, they should have went through the federal government in order to get the license. Imagine if that bank, people put, let's say, 5 million or 10 million in that bank, or God knows, that bank, واحد يقطع مسوق ده لا يلبح صدام.
Yeah, but you have to remember, any bank can go bust, by the way. I know it's wrong that it's not registered with the government, but any bank can go bust, and that doesn't mean that the government...
It's not even about that. I'm talking about, does the bank even have a license? Like,
surely that's the people who invested in that bank's problem are going to put their money there. That's
for example, go on to Ahmed T. If any country, right, go to any country. If you want to look at licensed banks, go through the .gov websites. There's the Somali website. I can even the government website, .gov in Somalia. It's the central bank. If you go to the central bank website of Somalia, it will show you a list of registered banks that are registered. Premier Bank, IBS.
The problem with you two is you don't seem to understand the simple part of the equation that's been missing for the last 30 years. It isn't how federal member states behave or how they don't behave, or that there was a Yemeni bank or so on and so forth. It's the fact that there wasn't enough of it. And when I say nabat, that doesn't mean I mean law and order, literally where the rule of law works, Magarata. If it isn't there, then all the things that we talk about, economic growth and Magarata, prosperity and Magarata, you can say economic enlightenment, Magarat, and people becoming more educated and great levels of education and health, and Magarat, migration happening, Magarat, to the extent that people in the diaspora would be desperate to move back, Magarat.
Yeah, but we get that. We're just saying, like, we have a lot of federal states, like Puntland, Jubaland, who do things that undermines the federal government, which in the long term hurt the institutions that we need to ensure the stability and the growth of the country. So what you're saying is, okay, these states make these deals with these foreign entities because they have to survive. I get that, but it's short money at the expense of the long-term potential of the country.
Yeah, but you have to remember a lot of these politicians are selfish. They don't care about they don't care about the long term magarat. They want to fill their pockets and their families' pockets and run away. And then that comes back again to law and order magarat, because what I was saying. If there's proper law and order, then there's accountability, and nobody would do such a corrupt thing magarat. And you can even see it happening in other African countries. They're incompetent. Why is a country in Africa, which is most likely blessed with amazing natural resources, in a depressing amount of debt to the IMF? They don't need that much debt. They just need about enough to get their people educated, and then they should suffer a little bit before they can pick themselves up.
Oh, Hotta, with corruption, do you think, when it comes to corruption compared to other African countries, do you think we have it better?
No, man. Do you know how much?
The most corrupt Africa.
I've said this before on Khalid's
No
panel.
way.
I'm talking about in terms of like resources and enterprises. Like if you look at other African countries, there's mass looting and mass corruption. Billions we're talking about.
Yeah, you know how much money Sheikh Hassan looted from the government?
Do you want to get rid of corruption?
Yeah. And also, don't forget, when Farmaajo was elected in 2017, you know how much money that it went into bribes? $25 million. That's how much money was spent on bribes, during the election of 2017. So I don't think we're much better.
But Shay, I'm talking about culturally. I'm talking about Dakan Kenny. Like, are we that corrupt in terms of like not country but culturally?
I don't know about that, but the
government. Because
I'll give an example. I'll give an example. I'll give an example. I was watching this on BBC Africa about Nigeria, how the people who worked their whole entire lives here. Imagine if Somalia had a pension system, or not. Let's say if we did. Imagine if Nola Shadi, you worked as a teacher for Dawlada your whole entire life, and you retire at 65 or 67, and you paid that pension into the government all your entire life, and one day you go to Hafiska Dawlada to get your pension, and you have to pay bribes to get your pension. But masuqi qadacte with the pension. Imagine if Dawlada lacagta dadka noloshoodii shaqaysay, served the government, paid into the pension, has been stolen. Do you see that scenario? Because I feel like when it comes to Dakan Kandinta, our people wouldn't do that. Or I could be wrong. What's your thoughts on that?
From my experience, I can honestly say with my hand on my heart. I've said it on Khalid's panel before because we had a similar debate about it before. I said I think it's not fair to call Somalia corrupt or put it in the corruption list, because I don't even think it has a government.
What?
In order for it to be corrupted, it has to have a government. But if I speak about Somali people, I think they are masters of corruption. I think they are very, very corrupt people. And the reason I say this is because people tend to think about money when they hear corruption. Corruption isn't money to me. Corruption is they don't like to follow rules. They like to bend them. They like to abuse it. And they like to have their own way. They have a very nomadic mindset. Magrasa. And so it's like my way or the highway. And sometimes when I watch some Hollywood movies sometimes and I see these American nomads, Magrasa. And everybody in the West is watching these movies and looking at these guys as if they're crazy. And I think you've seen those guys. They're those guys in these American movies, for example, who live off the grid, who refuse to pay tax to the government, who live on their own land, who want their own shit. And I look at that and I think to myself, well, that's how Somali people literally are. Even if there's a proper functioning government, a powerful government, I can imagine millions of Somali nomads, or at least in the hundreds of thousands, behaving like that, saying that's my land, this is my water, I'm not paying any tax, fuck off. If you don't want to build the roads, don't build the roads. If you want to build the roads, build the roads. But I'm not paying any tax. And that's the kind of mindset that we have. And to add one more thing,
Well, that's the
the reason
problem. That's
that
the
I think
problem, Ahmed
the
T.
reason that I
About
think
that with our
we're
history,
masters
Somali
of
are
corruption is
rebellious.
because the reason I think one more thing, the reason why I think that they are masters of corruption is because I see the way that they go and behave in countries which are so called corrupt, which are so called some of the most corrupt countries in Africa. For example, you'll go to Kenya, and the level that Somalis take it to abuse the system and to manipulate the system to get what they want, and they do get what they want, is ridiculous to the extent that the Kenyans are now used to the Somalis bribing them for this, that, and everything, and it's like a love-hate relationship between them, and so individually and as a
Do
society,
you
I'm
think
talking
this
to
is
you and
learned
No, but
everybody.
Ahmed,
behavior? Do you guys
Ahmed
think
T,
this is
Kenyan.
learned
One more
behavior?
thing. One
Ahmed
one
T,
more
about
thing.
I
I
had
think
an
you'll agree
argument
with
with
this.
a Kenyan.
One more
Ahmed T,
thing.
can I
One
say
more thing.
something?
One
Here,
more
here.
thing. What about the Odayal who are the corrupt ones?
Yeah, I want to make a point.
For example, rape happens, and when things happen, and when abuse happens, and they like to handle it because they want to get the meat and the food. Even the corruption even goes to the level of food. It's not about money or status or tax. It's about everything. And so they
What
want
about
to be in charge. They want.
Masajideen? What about that?
Oh, even the masjid. There you go. People were fighting each other according to Farid Lay. We're very
I'll give you an
corrupt.
example.
They don't
Ahmed
like rules.
T, there was a case in Ohio, even with Somali, the Qabilka, and corruption has infiltrated it in the diaspora.
No, but if you want to get rid of corruption, you have
But
to
you
go
know that
with
was a
the
good.
store.
No, no, but that.
You have to remember the
No, but
Islamic courts.
Somalis, white-based Somalis can't even be
Sorry,
united.
guys, let white bread. Yeah, come through, bro.
Yeah. My take on corruption is, if you want to get rid of it, you have to bring back Islamic courts. I don't remember under Islamic courts there was any corruption. You know.
But Khalid asked a good question. Is there a
Hello?
learned behavior? No, we hear you, man. We hear you. But is this a learned behavior, or is it going back to what I said earlier? The fact that we had a collapsed institutions for the last 30
This is what I'm
years.
saying.
We had to find our way to survive. So bribing and corruption became part of the way of life.
The culture.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying that it's entirely something that's been happening for generations. I mean the part about the nomadic mindset. That's generations, and I don't think that it's as deep as I made it seem. Perhaps I exaggerate, but they definitely are. When I see those guys, I definitely do think of the nomads, in the Horn. But with regards to it being a learned behavior, it definitely is. And I'm going to say something which is quite. How do I say it? Which can come across quite how do I put it in a fuck it, I'll say it anyway. It can come across quite tribalistic although I don't mean it in that way. I'll give an example. After 1991, since 2021, the most corrupt place in Somalia, in my opinion, is Hama. Now, I think that's a learned behavior in that city. And I think that's why they struggle the most with bombings, because you can't trust anybody. It's more difficult to stop bombings and attacks when people are more corrupt, because it gets into the institutions which are supposed to deal with the emily. Assassinations, we were talking about it last hour. In Hamar, they happen like nothing. You mess with a businessman, you get assassinated. People printed their own money, and so you wonder why.
But it's also because it's a large city,
Yes,
but it's a large city, man.
We know it's a large city, but when you compare it in terms of its population, no, but hold on. This is my opinion. This is not a fact. When you compare it in terms of its population, let's say it's 2 million.
Ahmed,
I'll tell you why.
Just a second.
Ahmed,
I'll tell you why.
What's the difference? Forget about population. There's no difference. Ahmed.
I haven't finished.
Here.
Let's say it's a city of 2 million or 2.5. Let's say 2 million. If you go to another city which is 500,
almost 3 million people, brother.
Just hold
almost
on.
3 million.
Just hold on, brother. I'm giving an example. A lot of these people might come into the city. They might not live there. There's a lot of regions which are nearby, which are 1.5 million plus Magarata. So it's not important about the population, because what I'm going to talk about is percentages right now. I'm not going to talk about the population, the percentages.
But it has an influence on what and the things that you're mentioning, because there's a difference when if you live in a little.
You haven't heard my point.
Okay.
Bashir, can I add something? Hargeisa, who's been to Hargeisa?
I haven't finished. Percentage is important. If
you
city
guys
is
let him
2
finish
million,
off.
for example,
Let him finish his point, and then
yes, if a city is 2 million, for example, Khalid, and another city is 500,000 people, then the one which is 500,000 is a quarter of the size, 25% of the size of the 2 million city, right? So surely it should have 25% of the crimes, because a city of or a town of 500,000 is not small. That's a very big town too, Magarata. And so, but I don't feel that's the case when you look at the other cities. I feel like Hamar has a monopoly on it. I feel like when it comes to printing fake money, they do it to another level. When it comes to assassinations, and I'm not talking about Absab, even before that, it goes to another level. Magarata. I don't know. That's what. Well, I do know. I think it's a learned behavior. I think that's quite widespread within that city, and it started after 1991, and quite a lot of things contribute to it, Magarata. And the fact that it's capital city and a big city does contribute to it. But when I look at it in terms of percentages, for example, if let's say Hamar is 5 times bigger than Bosaso or Galkayo, every time 5 explosions happen in Hamar, one should happen in Bosaso or Galkayo. Every time 5 people are assassinated in Hamar, one should be assassinated in Bosaso or Galkayo. But I don't see that happening. It just seems like Hamar has a monopoly on these things, on corruption. And so I feel like it's a learned behavior. It's a learned behavior which kind of gets passed down in business, Magarata, in politics. And so that's why it's so difficult also for the city to become Emily. That's my humble opinion. I know to some people it might come across, Magarata, as tribalistic, but I'm sorry. A lot of the people who live in Hamar, for example, Sahawiyas in specific, they live in other cities too. And a lot of those other cities where they live, for example, Beledweyne and so on, and Johar, they're not like that, you know. And so it clearly isn't to do with genetics or tribe. It's to do with that city and the environment in which it creates. Magarata.
But you know, you have to ask
Can I
yourself.
add something? Can I add something? I'm Bahaya. Can I just add something? If whoever's been up north to the Wai region, if you fly into Hargeisa, the first thing they do is take a picture, they take your fingerprints and all of that, and they record it. And they even got intelligence on Somalida that's coming abroad, and even from other Qabalada. And when you're leaving the city, there's checkpoints all over. I don't know about the south, but the government should keep tabs on certain people. I don't know why in the south they don't do that compared to the north. Because you don't see this madness, as I mentioned last time. Do you think the south should implement that? People come from other regions.
About comparing the piece of the south and the north.
No, but
talking about whether.
No, I'm not talking about the piece. I'm talking about in terms of like if you're traveling from one. Like, give an example. Can I give an example? If you're coming from even in Hargeisa, you gotta be careful. Even I got into trouble for this. I was in a shop and I was mentioning some Somali guy from Gedo reclaiming property he had in Hargeisa, and one Somali random guy said, "You gotta be very careful of mentioning that region because you could be in serious trouble because apparently Gedo is a hotbed for Al-Shabaab activity, and there are certain people who move from one region to another because Al-Shabaab is being pressured in the south, and a lot of these people are going to the north to set up cells and groups, buy land and property and businesses. If you try to go to Hargeisa or Bosaso or Berbera, they'll get suspicious of you and ask you questions or even report you about your region.
Yeah, but okay, so tackling the point that you made, Ahmed, you said
about
Hargeisa is a 500,000 people city. Hamar is almost 3 million. If Hargeisa is
almost 2 million. Hargeisa, Bashir King.
It doesn't matter what the numbers are.
Wait. Did this guy just say Hargeisa is a 2 million population? All right. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so you made the point. Hamar is a 2 million.
Why is it so important? Why are we doing this?
No. It's not tribal. Listen. I want to understand the thing that you're saying. Okay, so you said 2 million people live in Hamar, 500,000 people live in Hargeisa. So Hargeisa shouldn't have 25% of the corruption and crime that Hamar has. Is that correct? That's what
I didn't say Hargeisa. I gave an example, Magara.
No, but okay, it should have, because it has a 500 quarter of the population.
Why doesn't it have it?
Yeah, okay, but that's an illogical thing to say, and I'll tell you why. What you do is you do an extrapolation, where you take one thing and try to apply it to another thing. The reason why Hamar has a far more bigger, corruption and crime is because the city is a lot bigger than Hargeisa. So the problems that Hargeisa might face, they are exponentially larger in Hamar, including corruption. Now, when you live in a city of 2 million people, you are invisible. Nobody knows you, man. If you go to Hamar, the city is majority Hawiyya, but nobody cares about Khabir. People are individual. They are anonymous. Nobody sees you. Nobody knows where you go, where you live. Just do what you want to do. That's why if you go to New York City, you are as invisible as if you go to Hamar. The crime in New York City is a lot more bigger, and the corruption is also a lot more bigger than, for example, a small city in the south, in the United States. So Hamar is far more corrupt than other cities in Somalia. That's because it has a large population. It's because you can be anonymous there, because it's very unstable. The political capital of the city of the country is there. So the factors that would allow for a large corruption exist in the city. It's not simply because of saying,
we agree. But all you're saying is you're agreeing with me that it's more corrupt.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Perhaps you might say that it's not fair to compare it, but if there was a fair comparison, even then it would still be more corrupt. But surely the only reason that it's more corrupt can't be due to its size and population only. There has to be other things. Perhaps it's some things which happened after 1991, Magara.
Yeah, absolutely. They play those, or the fact that the government collapsed there for the last 30 years, 2007, the Al-Shabaab bombings, which allowed these politicians to hide their corruption in plain sight. All these things, play a factor. So I cannot say to you, this is the reason why it's corrupt. There are many factors why the city is so corrupt. But it's not just saying, because of it's a large population, it has to be automatically corrupt. It doesn't have to be that way.
I agree with you. I wasn't making some sort of negative point about the people of Hamar. I just wanted to say it clear sometimes, because us Somalis, we kind to Magarata. We try to sometimes the truth. And that's my honest opinion. I just believe that Hamar is ridiculously corrupt on steroids when it comes to the rest of Somalia. I believe, for example, somebody in Bakaraha and Hamar is just 10 steps ahead in terms of being corrupt compared to other regions in the country. You know what I mean? And sure, there's good things to say about Hamar, of course, but right now we're talking about corruption, and I just wanted to use that as an example. I can see somebody saying, should the capital be moved from Hamar? I'm not one of those people who usually claims for that, because I'm not excited about it. When people usually say that, they don't come up with real solutions. They just say should it be moved.
But it's an interesting thing, because many countries have done it. Nigeria famously moved its city from the very corrupt, very polluted, very dirty city of Lagos to what's the new capital of Nigeria?
Abuja.
What's the new capital of Nigeria? Abuja, yes.
Lagos.
And then Brazil did
it used to be Lagos, right?
Yeah, Brazil did the same thing from Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, Abuja. Yeah, it used to be Lagos.
What about South Africa? South Africa does it all the time.
So they built a new capital city.
South Africa, about Bashar Ahmed?
No,
South
doesn't.
Africa
I don't think it has done it. Johannesburg.
No. The capital's moved 3 times. We've got a brother called Mohammed. We've got a brother called Mohammed from South Africa.
Really?
He comes on, It's moved 3 times. It used to be Cape Town, then it was Brisbane, now it's somewhere else, Pretoria or something. So it's moved a couple of times so far.
If I had to move the capital, I would move it somewhere where Darod and Hawiyya don't claim. That's what I would do. I had to bring tribalism into it, didn't I?
Okay, so you want to move it to a southwest, the Hawaiian territory?
Anywhere,
Why
man.
not?
Like,
Why
just
wouldn't
don't
you give
give
it to the Rahawains, fam?
I would
I would like
definitely
to
give it to the Hawaii
Yeah, I would.
because I feel like they've been treated like second-class
What would you say?
citizens.
If there is fair.
Yes.
هذا راح
And even
يكون
then, I wouldn't even put it in a big Hawaiian city like Baydhabo. I would put it in a small town so that
Would you make
everybody
it?
starts
Would you
from
make it a
scratch.
coast? Would you make it a coast city, or would you make it
No, I would make it
Lala?
interior. I'm tired of the coast. If people want to enjoy themselves on the beaches, people can build it, Magarat. But I would make it somewhere in the middle of kind
I'll
of
come back, guys.
strategic.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes. I'll come back quickly.
Okay. But yes, if I did have to move it, I'm not a fan of it. I would make sure that it's not in Hawi or Darod land, or so-called Hawi and Darod land.
Then you don't have a lot of options, Then you only have Southwest. How many cities are there? I don't know.
No, Southwest is a very big piece of land, a very big area.
Yeah.
You've got Bai, you've got Bakol, you've got Shabelle al-Hose. You could move it anywhere. You could move it to Baidawa, you could move it to Hodor, you could move it to Dinosaur, you could move it to Barawe, you can move it to Markat.
Markat?
There's plenty of places that you could move it to.
Yeah.
You never heard of Marka? Marka
Never heard of these cities. What about you said Baido? Is that
Baidawa is the capital of Global Kampai, the current capital of Congo.
But it has to be.
It's a very big city, by the way.
What's the name of the city?
Baidawa.
Baidawa. That's the city of. That's the capital of Southwest.
Yes, the current capital. I think according to the constitution, they want to move it to Barawe.
Barawe.
The current capital, where their government is currently functioning, their state. But Baidawa is a very big city.
Yeah,
Baidawa
I
is a
see.
very big city.
How many people live there?
I don't know. There's no way of knowing the real stats. That's why I was arguing with you earlier that the stats are irrelevant, Magarat, because there's no real way of gathering them.
Don't worry about it.
Baidawa is a very, very, very big city.
But hopefully we'll know it. The news today was the food and what's it called again? The Food and Agricultural Organization of the United States has handed over the Food and Security Nutrition Analysis Unit 2 and the Water and Somaliland Info Management to the Somali National Bureau of Statistics. So the Somali government can now finally collect statistics about its population, food, everything else. The Formaggio has signed a bill into law today, so creating the National Bureau of Statistics. Somalia has now its first statistics bureau. We have a building now. We can finally collect, data and numbers on everything, including our population. We don't even know the real population of Somalia.
Yeah, but it's not as simple as just collecting it. You need to put a lot of resources and educate people behind it. And you need to be very wary of corruption, because some corrupt people will try to infiltrate even the statistics so they can manipulate it and get money that way.
But the first step is creating a National Bureau of Statistics. We have to have that. Every country has that. We have to collect basic data about the number of people that live in a city, how many people live in this specific region.
Would you take their tribes down as well, Bashir? Obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. It's part of our national identity.
Never.
What? Why not?
Calculate the tribes.
Why not?
Why not? What's wrong with that?
It's not beneficial. People aren't mature enough. People are not mature enough yet.
Yeah, but how are you going to identify people, though? Come on. I'll call the one who you're
Maya, tribes mentioned again what Shaggy, but I don't think it's a good idea to literally count them to the dot, Magdara. Because then that causes problems in terms of people will be corrupt, Magdara. Tribes are power case, and maybe they're going to be large in numbers, but maybe they'll just not be Magdara. In the politics, they will lie about their stats. You see what problem that causes. The best way to know people's real numbers is markets may see the one man, one vote like they have in Somaliland right now, and you put MPs forward, and you see how many MPs vote for each individual. And if they're tribalistic, then they'll vote for their tribe. And if people have moved past that, then they'll vote based on ideology. And that's all you need to know, Maga. فإذا فربنا كم جبته هنا بتراهد. I'm gonna count exactly. If we can get to a stage, Khalid, and the other brother, whereby people fill in the census forms, Magarat, like in the UK, if they want to mention their tribe, Magarat, and they're comfortable with it, and it's not a big deal. I get that. Like in going out to collect it, that might not be the smartest thing in the world. A lot of corruption will happen.
Someone said Landera and Langab. We don't need to build population.
But the corruption is already there, you know.
Now, but how are you going to identify who's who, though, man? Don't tell me that, son.
Oh, come on, Khalid, what are you kidding? If I go to Gabile now,
But the corruption is already there, you know.
I know most of the people there are going to be Saad Musa.
Yeah,
and also, you know.
Yeah, but then again, you get better shit.
Ahmed.
No, but in big cities, what we have here, especially in Hargeisa,
No,
we've got a Oromo population.
But we're talking about sub-tribes.
20 years. No, but Bashir and Ahmed, yeah, there's been Oromos that's been there for nearly 25 years. They're assimilated,
Yes, but you
Qabil
can
Khadi
never
up to
mistake
senior.
Oromo for the Qabil. If you're a proper government, that's a complete failure on the government side. Those people are foreigners, Magarat. Sharcigooda iyo farahooda waa in laga hayo. That's the failure of the government. Markay waddanka soo galaan waa in far laga qaado.
No, but I hear that, but there's certain people assimilating into our culture, bro. Well, I'm telling you. I even think
And they shouldn't be allowed to. They shouldn't be allowed to.
But how? That's the problem.
Why are they allowed to do it with us?
I think you're afraid of it, you know. Many countries... But Ahmed, you know, many countries collect ethnicity and different little ethnic people in a population. The United States does it. The UK does it. It's not a problem. The problem...
There's a big difference between ethnicity and tribe.
Why? Well, first of all, it's not a tribe. It's not. It's not a tribe. It's a clan. Okay. Somalis are one tribe. We have different clans. Okay. So that's number one. Number two is this. You know. Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, if you have a stable government, you have a one person, one vote, one person system. Why? There's no problem with knowing the specific, you know, division of the clans in the country. How many are Rahwain, how many are Hawiye, how many are Isaks, how many are Darots. And then you have to know like the small tribes like the Rer Hamar, Ashraf, the Jarerway, all these other people, you know, like so that you get a good understanding of the population of your country. You're afraid of what it might be used for. I get that. But then we already have that problem with Gebil, you know. So you might as well just know the entire population of the people. And like Khalid said, and like Khalid said, as a way to protect you, suppose somebody comes along and they claim, oh, I am this clan, while he's not that way, or the Oromos or other people, other foreigners. You don't know them because you didn't register them, you know? It's part of our heritage, man. The clan has been around for thousands of years. We can't just abandon it.
We just might as well use it to our advantage. I agree with Papa Bashir. Electrify it, make it into a database, and that's it. Yo, sorry guys, we've got new panelists. Yes. Brother Aiden Ahmed, welcome back.
Welcome.
So, yeah. So Ahmed T, what do you think about that?
You guys have misunderstood me, man. You guys have misunderstood me, Khalid and brother Bashir. The thing is this, guys, you have to be gentle with this thing. And the brother says it's not ethnic groups, it's clans. Ever heard of something called sub-clanism? Somali they want to know even which sub-clan is more than the other. Once you tell them there's that much Isaq, then they want to know which one is more. There's that much.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
And so...
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yep.
Okay, come in, brother. Come in.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself, brother.
Me?
Yeah, go on, bro. Yeah.
My name is, hello. Yes, I could. Could you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, go on. Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, hello. I'm Somali. Yeah, and, yeah, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Huh?
Yeah, I can hear an echo from someone.
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So
earlier you said you're half, brother. What's your other half?
Yes, I'm half Somali, half Yemeni.
How does it work? Which half is which?
Yeah, who's your father? Who's your mother?
Yeah, I hear my echo.
Is your father or your mother Somali?
Oh, is okay. My father is Somali. My mother is Yemen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're definitely welcome on the panel.
Good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
I was about to request that Khalid kicks him out if it was the other way around.
Yeah, come. We had enough
What
of
are you
them
guys
issues
talking
last
about?
time.
What are you guys talking about?
We're just talking about right now. حاجة محمرني. We
Who?
had an interesting point. Censoring everyone, checking everyone's who's Somali and who's not in big cities, just in
Okay.
case. Yeah.
Where are you guys
Popular,
from?
the popular. You know how to see who's who and the population and what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any specific topic you want to talk about, brother?
Me?
Anything that ever bugged you that you just want to get off and speak to somebody about?
To be honest, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Do you guys think that Somali girls should have rights? You know what I'm saying?
You say Somali girls should have rights.
Yeah. Do you think they should have like equal rights like as men?
Well, me, I'll tell you the truth. I don't believe in equality. I believe in equity.
Why is that?
Because men and women are not equal. In my eyes, they're two different type of. A man's a man, a woman's a woman.
Yeah, but at the same time.
And you see this equality thing. I don't really get it. When you say equality, what do you mean? What's your stance on equality?
Like anything. Like see how in America, men and women, they basically have you know what I'm saying, everything's equal. And in Somalia.
What is it with these American brother? Brother, are you from America as well?
No, I'm from the British. I just moved to Britain.
Okay.
I'm from the British.
Nah,
man, you're not from the British. I've never heard of someone saying the British.
Yeah, I was just playing.
So where you from, man? Like, what are you trolling, brother, man? Come on, we're having a serious discussion, G.
I'm being for real.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, guys, what's your thoughts? This guy wants
You know
equality.
who he reminds me of? This guy reminds me of that. What's that American guy's name? That. Man, I forgot his name. That guy who always trolls, man.
Who trolls? And he's from America.
The one who he sounds childish. He's got a childish voice.
Who's that?
I know TJ. What's his name, man? I know Thomas Jefferson. TJ.
Yes,
yeah.
Thomas
TJ.
Jefferson.
That's not Thomas Jefferson.
No. Because I know it's not him. I know it's not him. But the whole idea, when he asked me the question, he was disingenuous from the beginning. Guess what he said to me? He didn't clock it. He said, "Do you think they should have rights?" As if they don't already have it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not. I'm different.
Yeah, but
I mean, what do you mean? You think they should have it? You should have said, at least if you were genuine, do you think they should have equal rights? They do have rights, you know. It's not as if we make them live under the ground and we tell them they can't drive or we beat them up. You know, Somali guys.
But you know what I meant, though.
Did you know Somali women were voting before women in Switzerland and Sweden?
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah, but why is that amazing?
Why is that amazing?
We're lenient. I think we've just been made out to be something different by the media.
So, I don't know. Maybe you said the women in your family. Do you treat them right or wrong in your family?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Maybe this is a subjective thing. Hold on. Ab Somali ma kwali karasa. Arya. Aan ku yidhi dumarka reerkaada ma saasaa luu galaa ma si xun baa u gashaa saaxib waryaa nah, I'm kicking him off the panel, man. I don't think qofkani Somali ma aha.
Waryaa aadanow aadan axmed annaga tuur wasakh.
Sorry, man.
Hello?
Yeah, af Somali ma ku hadashaa?
I know why. You know why I can hear my echo?
No, we can hear you. Af Somali ma ku hadashaa? Waxaan ku yidhi ma dumarka reerkaada
It's because I had your channel open and the stream open.
Yeah, take off the YouTube channel.
Khalid waxaad ku taala magacaa kulli.
Saaxib.
Aadan.
Yeah.
Maga'a.
Huh?
Maga'a.
I don't know what that is.
How come you
Maga'a.
don't know what's your name? Everybody knows that.
Qaali waxaan ku yidhi dumarka reerkaada ma si xun baa loo galaa aadan
Ninkan Somali maaha niyo waxbaa
I
jira.
don't
Somali
really
maaha
understand.
man.
I don't speak
But
Somali
he's
anymore. I just usually, what do you call it?
I don't speak like get out of here man. Fuck off man.
pathetic.
Oh Ben, you see what this
But
is
he's a
what they
troll.
do, yeah? Maybe who image in it, yeah? And this happened on Clubhouse and on o'clock what they were doing in it, yeah? That Anna Somali hain ba imana ya habla yarak a Somali de bahdilian. Ma fahamti. Ay Bashir, did you just see what he was trying to do?
No, I
Yeah,
didn't
but
hear it. What did he do? I was away for a little bit.
the funny thing is he sounds like a Khalid. That's the funny thing. He literally
Yeah.
has that voice. I don't know. Either he's a
I don't
very
think
good troll. My
no
codkiisa
no
xogaa
no
waxaa ka dareemaya ani Somali.
no. I don't think so.
Yo,
I don't
Ilahay
think so.
codkiisa.
I was shocked when I heard non-Somalis who could speak Somali.
Yeah.
Yeah, they exist, man. These pretenders,
Yeah.
you know, who want to come to our spaces and mingle amongst us and pretend to be Somali. They exist.
And then
Yeah,
and
but
then
this guy was 100% fraud. He didn't even know how
no.
to say what's your name. I mean, that's
Magacadu
you gotta be
garan
kidding me.
waye. And do you know why he started when I said, brother, what do you want to talk about? He goes, should we give women their rights? Like, okay, cool. What do you mean equal rights? As a Muslim, like, what are you talking about? Like, Dumarkana. And then when I said to him, bro, you know Somali women were voting before women in Switzerland in the 60s. Wunahay. So I clocked, okay, these guys, you know what it is? Yeah, I clocked it. I clocked it from the other app here. Wallahi, there's some brothers and sisters here that are imposters. They've come to the community in a dad kind of qasqasan. And we're falling for it. Wallah.
But this guy was he was an obvious troll. He wasn't very good at, you know.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it was.
He wasn't very good at his job, Makarata. Obvious troll. Very obvious.
Very obvious.
Yeah. What does Maga'a mean, Kulaha?
Come on.
I don't even think he was half Yemeni, you know. I think if I told him, if I said Ma Ismuk, I don't think he would have known that too.
I lie. Shake, Wallah, you see, this is the problem. Wallah, we got some new. Do you think these are people being sent by the internet to do this, or do you think this is just people just trolling for the fun of it?
To be fair, I think everybody gets trolled, every community. I don't think it's just us, Magara. But thankfully, alhamdulillah, we have a language, Magara, so you can kind of, in a sense, you can kind of screen Magara. Not 100%. Like
No.
Some people learn the language.
Yeah.
You can scream pretty well, you know.
But this is why you need to know about Qabil, brother. This is why you need to get the statistics on it. Right? You need to know the lineage.
You and that point, but
Wallahi,
leave it alone.
Thank you, Wallahi. No, you just proved it, fam. Wallahi. That is proof why you need the Qabil system. Wallahi, I don't care what no one says. It's Mahim.
You guys say that, but then when the three of us go and do the census and my tribe ends up being twice the size of yours, you won't be happy. You'll say, do the count again. You know? So
don't worry, I will not care, you know, because I'll be establishing a long lineage, you know. I have 50 children. Don't worry about that.
But jokes aside, you should do it. You should definitely 100% do it if you feel that the population is mature enough to do it and the corruption is not there, Magan. But if you do it in a situation like right now where you said they're able to do the statistics, it won't be accurate anyway. Magarata. People will lie about it. Magarata, and you'll have no real way of verifying it. You see, the reason the census in the UK and the Western countries, the first world countries, are so effective is because people don't feel the need to lie about their ethnic group. They're comfortable. Their rights won't be taken away and so on and so forth. But then if you're a very minority tribe and you live in a certain place, you might lie about your tribe even. You might even call yourself the bigger tribe.
Right, for protection.
The census. Yes, for protection.
I don't think so. If you could design it, you know, Somali in it, yeah, in a way where that can cut that, you know, this is me.
This is just my idea.
But well, I don't think it would apply. You know, Somalis are very proud of their lineage. We don't lie about that.
We lie about many things, but I don't see people lying about their lineage. And also, there already exists a system where small tribes, work with larger tribes. They intermarry, they form political alliances with them. So those systems already exist. But I do know where you're going from. I don't think it should be done right now because we have the stupid 4.5 system. But in 20 years, when the country is stable, we have a one vote, one person system, then you can do it, as a way to establish the National Heritage, Institute, where people know where
That's
they
all I
came
was
from.
saying. That's all I was saying, brother. I was just saying that I don't think they're ready right now, Magara. Perhaps maybe somewhere like Somaliland, they're ready to do it, Magara. But in the south, I don't think they're ready to do it, Magara.
I don't think even they're ready to do it in Somaliland. Can you imagine if Abaraul finds out Habarjala did the equal numbers? So yeah, the whole country is not ready, man.
I think no in Somalia because we already got a biometric card, yeah, and then you see the biometric card, Bash. So you can't get it from nowhere else. You get where I'm coming from.
So they have good,
yes, you say
numbers
that,
on the
Khalid,
amount of
but then even that
sub
can be
clans.
manipulated, right?
Huh?
That can be manipulated, Khalid.
I know it can be
For
manipulated,
example,
but
the Aqil can give it to maybe, let's say, 5,000 Oromo Magarafa just to increase their votes, and so that they vote. Maya, but it could happen,
So what are we
right?
gonna do? Are we gonna? It can't happen. So what should we do? DNA tests. There's something has to happen then. We have to think of
No,
plan B.
It's not about DNA test. It's about getting the fingerprints Magarafa and the details of the imposters. Oromada iyo dadka ajnabiga ma aragta oo qabiilada kale iska dhigi karo. You have to find a way to be able to tell them apart, Magarafa. So identification way in laga hayo. So then when they come and then they claim something that they are not, easy computer ka soo saaray. We live in a modern world, Magarafa, digital times. And so, like you said, we've got the cheapest internet Magarafa in the continent. So maybe we should educate ourselves more that we can keep better records, start collecting data better, and then maybe recording these things, Magarata, so that Magarata, regardless of how long ago this person came, he can't lie about certain things, Magarata.
I know.
But yeah, even then that there can be corruption because Aqilka can cheat Magara so that the Haliban from his tribe gets more or the Malhawini from his tribe Magara. His biggie Sasido Bari.
No, I hear you. I hear you. There could be flaws in it, but at the same time, something Bashir said was kind of serious, when you said preserving the heritage culture, how important is this, man? Because we see it slipping away from us.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Ahmed, I think it would also humble a lot of tribes, a lot of clans who pretend to be very big, but they're actually very small. So, so it would go both ways. But when it comes to preserving the national heritage, our identity, our lineage, knowing where we come from, it's very important. You have to know where you come from. We have a lineage. A lot of people don't have that. Around the world. If you go around the world and you ask people, "Hey, who are you? Where did you come from?" They might be able to tell you their father, their grandfather, maybe even their great grandfather. But we know the names of our ancestors going back hundreds of years. I can give you the names of all 26 of my ancestors. So that's very important. You have to preserve it. It has to be in a database. People have to know where they come from. Otherwise, you just you're confused people if you don't have a lineage.
And I totally agree with that. That's why I totally agree with that. What you saying, Ahmed? Do you agree with that?
I agree with him, and the part where he was laughing about some people will be humble. I got a secret for you. They won't be humble because a lot of them know that they're fraudsters. They know that they're literally not the biggest tribe in their region. But you know why they get away with it? They get away with it because there's another corrupt tribe who does the same thing in their region, Magara. And so they kind of wink at each other. It's like wink, wink. You do it, I do it, Magara. And so it obviously that's a simple fact that Magara, a lot of the tribes that make themselves bigger out to be than they are, because people usually overestimate themselves, Magara. They don't usually underestimate themselves. But that's not the problem I had. My only problem was that this is not the right time. Maybe a few years down the line, Magara, at least.
I totally agree, man. I can't even argue. Can't even find that argument that point.
But now that we have a National Bureau of Statistics, what data do you think it would be very wise to collect? We have to know the number of population that live in Somalia in every region, in every city. But I would also like to know, the amount of money that is traded in the country, how many taxes come in, how many fish are in the ocean, in near us. What kind of statistics do you think they should collect?
I think everything that's necessary. I think like pollution, statistics on, the ecosystem. Well, but shit, I'm gonna be a bit ethno-nationalist right now, innit? Yeah. I wanna make a distinction of who is Somali and who's not now. Is that a bit harsh? Like, who can we label as citizens and ethno? Like, because I see like another mix-up gonna happen if we're not careful.
But no, you can have a Somali nationality, but you can't be ethnically Somali because you don't have the lineage. So, for example, we have the Red Hammer, the Ashraf, who are Arabs. We have the Bantus, who have lived in the country for more than 200 years. So you can't exclude them from being nationally Somali, but they're not ethnically Somali. So it depends on what you want to do with it, There are a lot of people. We even have now, Syrians who live in Somalia. Like you said, Oromos live in Somalia, in Hargeisa. So, yeah, you can't. So, if you want to deny these people citizenship,
but then again, sorry, I'm saying then again, but when the citizens,
why should they be given citizenship? They should be given asylum, for example. But if you go to Syria or to Yemen or to Ethiopia, you don't just get citizenship, do you? I don't see why it has to be the other way around.
It depends on. For example, what about the Bantus? Let's use them as an example. 200 years they have lived in the country, or more than 200 years, depending on which region. So they are basically almost native, to those lands. They have lived they are very connected. So are we going to tell them
no, those guys are different? Those guys are different. That's automatic citizenship.
So you would give Somali Bantus, a citizenship?
They already do have it, unless you're talking about some other ethnic group that's come previously, which clearly hasn't happened. In terms of the Bantus, it's been the Oromos mainly, Yemenis and Syrians, but the Bantus automatically already have it, as far as I know. There's nothing.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Assalamu
alaikum. About keeping stats of the ethnic and the non-ethnic. Come in, brother.
Yes, yeah, brother. Iwar.
Man, what were we arguing about today?
We're not arguing right now. We're at a point. We were talking about census. Should we go around marking everyone and everyone's tribe, knowing who they are, censorship and knowing numbers, and international data bureau base.
Well, that's different to what I was arguing about
statistics
all day, bro.
Who's who? The other ones.
No, I had issues. I had bad issues. I was talking on a Somali culture line, where we were talking about different people, different beliefs, different sexuality, and different things. Yeah, and then we had bad arguments. We were talking about being liberal, about people's beliefs, people's sexuality, people's,
So what are you saying?
everything.
Yeah, but what do you mean sexuality? In the Somali community?
Wallahi, not only in the Somali community, in a Muslim community. This is what we were arguing. Iranian friend of mine has this place, it's called Amakallah. Wallahi, I'm telling you, this guy has got this thing that's going, We were talking about this thing. Up to wallahi, I'm so serious, bro. We have Muslims out here, yeah, who actually believe in Dinta, 110%, yeah, but still do different things. You understand? Their sexuality is different to other people. They're born different. That is their claim. They claim they're born different. So we were just talking to them, and we
I
were
always
just.
knew you were a liberal, yeah, Abdullah, but I didn't think you were this much of a liberal.
Ahmed, you can attack me later. Attack me later.
Nah, what Abdi, do you know what it is? لعقتي الدنيا هذاك يسكاس بصاق علينا. You seen
أنا داني لعكت
what
stuff
Danny
to
does,
like
you know what Danny
yeah,
does,
I
bro.
like it, Danny.
He's man
Danny
from
embarrassed
Brooklyn.
himself, man. Them man are dead, man.
القهر الدمهي وذحدار وعقد حين فر سودك ماركت لقمي الشعب استك بتشاج لها برتي سبعلي حبك وضع أما حيبت أسعى حقيقة لحسنو إلي عيال كدع بعدع دحذا كدك دب.
Sorry.
Wow.
You played the clip again.
I played the clip. Every time I hear Denny, if I hear Denny more than 3 times in a row, then he goes up dancing. Nico, he dances, well, Nico's the man.
Up to come on, man. He's dancing to
Yeah,
Sharma boy.
So what do you have against Denny, man? What do you have against Denny?
No, I think he's in it. He's pro Denny. Him and some guy called KS. Them guys are like, they would get.
Yeah, let me put him funny up.
It's difficult to hate
man.
man.
Hey,
I like
Ahmed,
the guys, well.
Ahmed, you guys. Listen. No, how liberal are Somalis in the West? That's the question I was asked today. How liberal are Somalis in the West? That's the question I was asked today.
Some of them are very liberal, like yourself. Then you have some like me who are quite conservative.
We had the far extreme, you know.
Khalid's in the middle, I think. Khalid Hawi was careless.
No, well, I'll tell you the truth here.
Ahmed,
I'll tell you the truth. You see with me,
Answer the question I asked you. Do not call. Don't worry about how liberal I am. I asked you a question. How liberal are Somalis? This is the question.
You know what the thing is? That kind of waxaan ku arkay baan ku sheegay. Hal waxaad tagaysaa hal family dad extreme handaniyo Asianka iyo madaxa kale waxaan ku maaragay in asu ay soo hal family aadaysaa waxaad arkaysaa qof wadaad ah haddana waxaad arkaysaa qof la dhashay oo
Hey, why don't you mute your mic, man? Go ahead, Ahmed.
I was saying that Somalia waxaan ku arkay extreme mar hal family aadi waxaad arkay qof wadaad oo masaajidka ka aadimo salaada subax dan waxaa la dhashay mid muqayila ma garato salaadaha ay ka tagaan waxaa la dhashay haddana qof kale oo gabaraan xijaabka xiran hooyadeed waa wadaad ma garato salaada iyo cibaadada ma joojiso soonka.
Ahmed, this is the next question they asked me. When I talked like that, when I said, yeah, we're all different liberals, we treat things differently. Some of us take our religion very seriously, and we do actually enjoy taking it seriously and doing everything, yes. And then they talk and they say something, and then they say to you, what about those people who don't take the religion seriously? What are you going to say against them? So what if your son or your daughter or your friend or your parent is not like religious as you are? What is that got to do with you? Like God created us, all of us, innit? Yes or no? I cannot judge them, nor can they judge me. Do you understand what I'm saying to Ahmed? This is the people, wallahi, I'm serious. These people were dressed.
You have to tell them,
to impress, and all they expected was a liberal answers. Oh my God, I got bullied.
But you have to tell them, when Yawm al-Qiyamah happens, Allah will only judge you. Nobody's not going to ask you, what about your brothers? What about your sisters? What about your nephews, your cousins, your kin? Only you will be judged.
No, Yeah, I hear that. It's not a question of that. They're not asking them questions. They're asking the questions they're asking you is how liberal are Somali families? Listen, we grew up in a place like this. All right, I had no choice coming to the UK. My mother and father brought me to the UK. I had no choice coming to the UK. Yes? Now that I grew up in a place where things are different to what we used to believe, yeah, or what you used to do in Somalia, how am I supposed to adjust and be sane at the same time? That is the question in place out here.
That to me just sounds like a weak individual looking for excuses.
Yeah, that sounds like an excuse to me as well, man.
Yeah, because the truth is, Magarat, when you're born into this world, from
So,
birth until you become an adult, Magarata,
no, he's
you don't
weak
really
telling you the
understand what
truth.
life is, Magarata.
So
And then
he's
you become
weak
an
for
adult.
telling you the truth.
No,
So you're saying
I'm
he's
saying that
weak for sharing
here
his
we go
truth.
again. You're doing it again, Abdullah. You're being too much of a liberal to even listen to what
Okay,
I'm
okay,
saying.
fine. Go ahead. Talk to me.
What I'm saying is, when you say that, how am I going to live in this plane the way that my parents lived and still be sane? You're insinuating, Magarata, that first of all, life is meant to be easy. From birth until until you become mature, you don't live in the real world. That's why adults tell children to prepare themselves for the real world. Because children are here, but they're not really present, Magarata, until the responsibilities become, the stress comes, Magarata, the challenges come, the failure comes, Magarata. And so when you become an adult, no matter where you live in the world, no matter what you do, life is difficult, Magarata. Challenges get thrown at you. You have problems. You don't get the things you want. You lose people. You have health problems. And so to insinuate that living the way that your parents live, a healthy spiritual life, Magarata, which religion is, Magarata, Islam in particular, but even these other religions, which I don't believe are accurate, even they have a level of extent, Magarata, to where they kind of stabilize the person. They don't make him too materialistic. They don't make them too much, Magarata, too vain. When Islam does that for you, and somebody comes across and says, "How do I live in the West and still be sane while practicing Islam?" I think that's the only way to be sane, to be honest, because it teaches you to be satisfied,
Well, how
with
does it
where you're
teach
at,
me? How does it
to be
teach me to
satisfied.
be? All right,
Islam
one
teaches
question
you
for
to be
you.
satisfied with what you have. You don't
Okay,
ask in life. Gala, you atheists, a lot of the time they ask, why me? Why
you're
now?
living amongst these
Why this?
atheist people. Listen, don't get it wrong,
So what
Ahmed.
if you're
You're
living with
saying
them?
I agree with it, but listen, you're living amongst the atheists. You're living amongst the gay pro people. You're living amongst these people. You're living amongst these people right now. So what I'm asking you is, how do you keep it sane, yeah, and be neutral, and when it comes to these people, and look after your religion at the same time? This is the questions that was being put up on the panel. This was hardcore questions, bro. Wallahi, whether you like it or not, it was hardcore questions. I actually had issues trying to answer them.
So what they're asking is, how do you stay pious and a good Muslim surrounded by degeneracy and immorality?
Yeah.
That's a good question. You can't, not in the long
When you're surrounded by your friends who are doing everything, when you're
Yeah.
surrounded by people who are doing everything, people who taking part in life, what am I gonna do? Stay on the sideline and not take part in life? Man, I have to live a life. I have to live
Yeah,
some
but you
sort
don't
of life.
understand, yeah, Abdallah. You don't understand. Ilaahay wuxuu ugu jecel dadka singaraya oo kasoo laabto jecel. So it's not as if laba jeerba ooliye ma noqonayso. Hadda xitaa xarabka haddii aad degtid, even marka haddaad degtid mise Madiina, you will sin ma garata. And so it's not about saying that, how am I going to live Magarata, a pious life? The only reason I argued with you is because you said, you didn't say, how do I maintain piety? You said, how do I stay sane Magarata?
Where you coming from, bro? This is like non-liberal questions. This is like far right answers. You're giving me far right answers than that, man. You're not even giving me leftist answers. This is what I'm trying to explain. This is what I was trying to be. I'm trying to be neutral to these people. I'm
Yeah,
being
but
honest.
I'm not a liberal person. I'm a conservative person. Even if
Yeah, you're
I
conservative.
I don't think
Yeah.
we should stop identifying with these labels, like liberal,
Yeah, but
conservative.
if I don't agree with labels, but if I have to, Magarat, kind of
but
give
at the end of the day,
Yabdallah an
If you
idea.
don't agree with them, Ahmed,
If I
even
have
if
to
you
give
don't agree
Yabdallah
with
an
them, they
idea,
exist.
Ahmed,
They exist in the country. They
The
do
only-
exist
unfortunately
in the
they
country.
do.
the only
Why they exist
ideology,
in life?
the only ideology you should follow is Islam. These liberal, conservative, they mean nothing, man. These are just crap ideologies. At the end of the day,
There's
just
let me explain something to you. There's a woman in Birmingham who's a sheikh, in her. She runs, listen to me. She runs her own mosque. She does the Friday prayers. Every prayer is in that mosque, and men's are behind her. And these
Where
guys
is
are actually fighting for her. This is
I
what you
never
don't understand. This is
Brother.
the sort of people we're dealing with, bro.
Listen, I've never heard of this. Where in Birmingham?
Wallah, it's happening in Birmingham, Bedfordshire, Bedford, everywhere. Everywhere Islam. Nagi Weberton Dinta. That's no question about it.
Yeah, but there's worse
They
things
really
happening.
did learn the sermon she gives. The sermon she gives, if you listen to the sermon she gives, it's unbelievable. I never
Yeah, but
expected that from a woman. But all I was saying to myself,
So you're telling me Salah they teaches her?
Wallahi, she does. I swear to God,
Are you
she's the
kidding
Imam of the
me?
mosque. Wallahi, she's the Imam of the mosque.
to
Oh
that
my God,
mosque?
you guys are asleep. She's the Imam of the mosque, bro. And I'm
Yeah, but
getting
I've seen Maya, we've all seen on the internet this whole propaganda being spread about female imam, gay imam, things like that, because they want to make it like Christianity, they want to break the rules of Islam. And you just said that the ladies learned and their sermon was impressive. It's not that they didn't know the deen to begin with. Islam, they know the deen, لكن sabab baa jirto xigmad anaga aanan ogeyn iyo qaar aan ognahay ma garata sabab baa jirta loo yidhi yaysan samayn. So it's not that they can't give good sermons, it's not that they're not smart enough, it's not that they can't give da'wah, it's just that that's the rule ma garata. But with regards to your earlier question, the question which I would find difficult to answer is, how do you raise children and a healthy family within the kind of degeneracy which you described, Magarata? Not how do you keep sane, because that seems like a gamble to me. Because raising kids is difficult anywhere, but when you've got discussions and situations like the ones you've described happening, where you're raising them, then you're, quite frankly, I'm afraid to say, you're not in control. You are 0% in control.
Of course, you will always be not controlled. That's absolutely right. I agree with that.
Yeah, but sometimes you have a bit of control. But in the way things are going right now, they took all the control out of parents' hands. You can't give your child a little tap, even if they're about to burn their hand. Oops, but you are allowed to tap them if you're.
But your child is mingling with people you do not mingle with. He's living with people you do not live with. He's sharing a life with a country that you do not belong to. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So this guy has his own perception. You have to respect their own perception of the kid. These people have to live this life. We don't have to. We actually know where we're heading, what we're doing, and where we're going. You understand what I'm saying? Ahmed, you're talking like a man who knows everything he's doing. Absolutely right. I agree with that. But imagine a kid who's grown up in this lifestyle where everything is different, where everything is okay. You do not understand. You have to come from that aspect where you have to understand where things are happening differently. This is what the question was, and then I really had to think about this question when they asked me, and I told them the truth. I said to them, "Yo, I'm not going to lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I've been through most of my life in a different place, and now that you're talking like this, it's new to me. It's a new aspect. I can't comment on it as much as you guys can because you lived that life. I didn't. All right. I didn't have to share a bedroom with these people. I didn't have to share things with them. Bro, you go to university, you're sharing a dorm room with people. You go to college, you're sharing a room with these people. You go to school, you're sharing a room with these people. Some of your teachers are like this. Some of your teachers are like that. You have to respect this because this is not you and me time.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, man. You're correct. You know, if you're surrounded by a sick culture, eventually you're going to succumb to it. You know. Well, I said this before. You know, I think the Muslims who live in the West, Akhi, we have already seen Somali ex-Muslims who leave the religion. This is just the start, man. Like this is the first generation. You know, our parents. We are the first generation who grew up in the West. The second generation, third generation, you're going to see a lot of Galo amongst them. So
Yeah, this is the thing. You just said it. You call them sick. Why are we calling them sick? Because they're different to us. We're calling them sick. No,
it's because
we
it's the
can't do
Catholic
that.
ideology in the Catholic society. It's sick compared to the Muslim standard. Look
Of
at
course
this.
it is. But why can't we not educate them better so we can bring them to that Muslim standards where we are?
But we can't. We live in their lands. A man who doesn't live in his own house has no authority to bring on any changes whatsoever.
You're
So
absolutely
they
right.
are actually
Why
the ones
not?
that will influence us, right? The other way around. They will be the ones that will dilute our culture, our deed, and our mannerisms. So I don't. That's why I say, to many people, like, don't, if you have the opportunity, wallahi, I hope. That's why I hope that Somalia becomes better because I want to go back there and live there. I can't take it to live in the Western society for another 30 years. Like your children will become sick, if you raise them here.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I lived over here 33 years. I've been taking holidays every year, yeah, until this COVID thing happened. And I'm really sick of it. I'm telling you right now, I'm not comfortable with it because the way people think and the way my kids are thinking, I'm not comfortable with it because they're more. Ahmed calls me a liberal.
No, I'm joking, brother.
Ahmed
Don't
calls
take
me a
it
liberal.
personal.
No,
Bro,
Ahmed calls me a
Yo,
liberal.
you are a
I
little bit
like.
liberal, man. Come on, let's not be honest, man. You're a little bit liberal.
You have
More
to be a
liberal
little
than
bit
I am.
liberal. Oh, bro, I don't live in my country. I don't have guns with me. I don't have the government backing me. The government is backing them. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? I have to be liberal. Do you not hear what I'm saying to you? I work with these people. I live with these people, and I work with them. I earn my money with them, bro. Let's be
You put too
honest.
much emphasis on it, bro. You put too much emphasis on it. That you work with them,
Oh,
you live with
Ahmed,
them,
where do you work? Where do you work?
globalized to how we globalized baan hadda ku nool nama garata globalized world.
Everything is globalized. We're on the
Yeah, so
internet.
you've got a
Everybody's
Hindu
connected.
Magarata, you've got a Sikh, you've got a Chinese, you've got a Buddhist, you've got a Muslim. And so you can work together, but you don't really have to influence each other as adults. And so it doesn't really need to affect you that much unless you kind of engage in discussion about it. And that's what I don't do, Magarata. When I'm at work, if I notice somebody,
I
that
do
was
not,
something I want.
wallahi, I do not like
But
this
if I notice
funny.
somebody wants to discuss certain things with me, then I don't really discuss it, Magarata, because
Yeah, but
it's
this
not
is what I'm saying
beneficial.
to you. How
It's not
open are you
beneficial.
to discuss with someone from your own kind telling you, I like LGBT? This is what I was fine all day. This is what you're not hearing me. I'm
Yes, but
fine.
I'm like the rest of you brothers, the two of you brothers. I just heard you what you said. I'm tired, Magarata, because um, I live here, Magarata, in the UK, and I have some kids, Magarata. Alhamdulillah, they're still young, and Magarata, I'm not planning to raise them here, Magarata, because um, quite frankly,
Why?
um,
Why? Explain why you don't want them to live here.
I don't want to entertain it. The questions that you've been asking me right now. I don't want them coming back from school and asking me those questions. I just don't want to entertain it. Allah guides who He wills. So no matter where I take them, the hidayah is in Allah's hands.
So the
But I
question
just don't
is,
want.
are you a
I don't
parent
entertain.
enough? Are you a parent enough for your son to come back from school and ask you a question like that and you answer it perfectly for him? Are you a parent enough? That is the question.
I would hope I am Magarata, but you would never know until until you actually Magarata. You can never know how comfortable a child is with you, your child is with you. It's like you can even not know how comfortable an adult is, even your partner. My own wife, I wouldn't know how comfortable she is to open up about certain things, and she wouldn't know Magarata. It's something it's just a natural thing which just happens. Human beings make each other feel comfortable, Magarata. And so even it could be a friend, Magarata. You've got to make people feel comfortable enough for them to open up. And I don't think that's a bad thing, Magarata. I think it might probably be a sunnah of the Rasul alayhi salam, Magarata. I think he probably had an open face, welcoming, and people were not afraid to ask him questions, Magarata, and sit with him. But you never know, Magarata, how open how welcoming you seem, or how Magarata. That makes sense. But there's things that you can do to make yourself Magarata more approachable.
I had a phone call in between. Sorry. What were you saying, Ahmed?
Mate, to summarize it, I was just saying that there's no way of knowing how approachable you are unless
Well,
you
as a
actually get
parent,
the
how you
result.
gonna approach that question when your son comes back from school and he asks you that question openly, and he's with that innocent eyes he has? How you gonna answer that question as a parent? That is the question that was being approached all day.
And that's why I said I don't want to raise them here, Magarata. Because they're
There's
still very
certain
young.
questions you want to share
I'm
with your
trying to
kids.
get away.
There's certain
I'm trying to
questions.
get away from that. I'm trying to get away from being in that situation altogether.
Oh, hey, Farah. What did he say? He's the way I'm thinking is planned by white people. No, but it's a question I need to ask. It's a question we need to ask each other. Hey, Farah, please, why are you hiding? Why are you in the blue? Why you niggas not talking about these questions? I don't understand.
I don't think anybody is hiding. I think you're just pushing it to be more important than it is, Magarata. Since the
No,
beginning of
wallah, it's
time,
not important.
Maya,
No.
yeah, Abdallah, if I can just come back in. Since the beginning of time, Magarata, waxaa jiray dad Magarata qoomuluud ah, waxaa jiray kufsi baa jiray, dhac baa jiray, dil baa jiray, Magarata. It wasn't as if things were all amazing. For God's sake, Rasuulka alayhi salatu wasalam wuxuu u yimid ummad gabadhaha xabaalaya, Magarata. Little girls, gabdhaha yaryar baa la xabaali jiray. And so there's always been tests and trials and tribulations of each time. Like the scenario haddan haysta, dhibaatadan haysta hadda waxay tahay markaad caruurtaada kusoo korisid wadamadan ma aragta gaalada ah, then it creates the situation whereby you don't even have a choice. You don't have a
I
choice.
have been in a group where they are gonna discuss the questions I'm being presented with. Yeah, the questions I was arguing with. Yeah, will be presented to our kids in schools. Do you not understand where I'm coming from? I'm not for this. I am not happy for this. Do you not understand where I'm coming from? All I'm telling you is we have to know knowledge about this and explain to our kids why it's not right or wrong. Do you not agree? If you don't agree, let me know. Because we
No,
have
I
to be
agree with you. If you're in a
concerned.
situation, whereby caruurtaada wadankan ay ku korayaan and they're going to school and they're having these discussions, then surely they should be comfortable, Magarata, enough to come to you, and so that you can, Magarata, clear their mind, put their minds at rest, Magarata, in a wise way, Magarata. هذا الحكمة ku jirta ku tahay. But I'm one of those people who kind of who would like to, I don't know what will happen in the future, Magarata, kind of run away from this situation whereby I wouldn't like to raise children, Magarata, in that kind of environment. That's just my personal
So,
preference.
so you're gonna run away with them and take them into a different environment where they have to be controversial in that environment because they've been brought up in this environment. Am I right or wrong?
No, they're still young. Alhamdulillah, they're still young. But
Oh, you're not aware how much
I
they pick
say
up.
running away.
You are not aware how much kids pick up.
Either ways, I say run away, but I don't really mean run away, Magarata. I just prefer to take an alternative route, Magarata, as opposed to the Magarata, putting them into that environment and having those discussions with them, Magarata. Because I know it's much more there's much more fitna now than there was in the past, Magarata. When I was growing up here, there wasn't that challenge, Magarata. Even the natives, Magarata, weren't so much of liberals. They weren't very liberal themselves. But now everybody's 100% liberal, Magarata. You're not even allowed to have any values or beliefs now. Things weren't like that even 10, 15 years ago. I think the internet has fast forwarded a lot of things, Magarata. And so even then,
Yeah, I'm right.
even when I say,
Everything
I would like to run away, it's difficult for me to run away because even the internet is another challenge, which I've noticed that the brainwashing is going on there to the top.
My own brother-in-law, listen, Ahmed, my own brother-in-law tried to run away with his daughter because she fell in love with another guy who's not Somali. Ajanabi Bechalati from college. West then they fall in love together and his girl and everything. He said he's actually going to convert for her and everything, but simply because her father did not like her, did not like who he is or where he's from, yeah. He simply died. He sent her back home. Guess what happened, bro? She went home. She stayed at home. Dad sent her home and said, "You're going there for a holiday," not knowing that her passport was stolen and everything. Right? When her passport was taken away from her and everything, up the embassy, and she has a kid with him. She lives in East London right now. See, we have no control over things like this. Right? Wallahi, we don't have. But we have to be talking about it. We have to be liberal about it. Let's be honest about it and share it. Damn, why is it so hard for you guys to open about this subject? I don't understand why Somalis find it so hard to open up about this subject. Kay, I don't know if you agree with me, man.
Me, you and your liberal jumbo jargon. Bamba son, Filimankala Nukashe. Yeah, but Film Bamanta Nukashe. Film.
All right. Do you understand where I'm coming from? Do you understand?
I totally understand. I understand where you're coming from, but
so please, do you understand where I'm coming from? How do you explain to your kids this is not for us? This is for us. Do you understand what I'm saying? We have to be more educated. We have to be open up to these people, learn what their mistakes are, learn everything, and then share with our kids. Do you not understand where I'm coming from? I totally
understand you.
I have to do that. I have to show my kids this is an absolute mistake. Do you know why it's a mistake? Because it happened in the past. Quran ka kuno Quran, Qawmulut, wa kuno Quran, Qawmu this, Qawmu that, Qawmu everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm gonna teach them better.
You have to, man. Plus, especially
go ahead, Kay.
Especially when there's guys like the new generation of artists. So you see like Qarwan or Khanisina, Bilay rap pushing on them. It's crazy. These people that they're listening to getting influenced by Iggy.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be a mad sort of there's gonna be a mad sort of bullshit soon.
Bare mad bullshit, bro. Look at this cowboy guy. This what was his name? I don't know, man. Cowboy song with the rap and all that. The guy who came, he's actually kissing another man on TV.
What's his name? Nas X something.
Yeah, he's actually kissing another man. How am I gonna explain it to my kids? How am I gonna explain it to my kids that it's wrong? It's not normal what you just saw on TV. That is nasty. I can't control it. I can control the TV room, but I can't control what they're watching or fucking everything else. Let's be honest.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I want my kids to be ready and know this.
Mm-hmm.
I want to explain to them these things is wrong because nimanka markay isku tagaan nin dhalay carruur ma dhali karaan naagaha markay isku tagaan carruur ma dhali karaan only ninkii naagta markay isku tagaan baa carruur la dhali karaa. The only way humanity moves forward is ninkii naagta markay isku tagaan. This is called the natural way of life. Whether you like it or not, khaniisiintan dhan arkaysin maanta, they were born from a natural way of life. Nin iyo naag isku tagayo carruur dhale. Yes or no?
I hear you, but at the same time, cause like, what the fuck? It's
No,
like the
no.
sister said, yeah, you just gotta put your trust in Allah and just this is where you as a parent comes in. There's no
Yeah,
excuses.
you have to be educated to a certain level so you are prepared for everything. Am I wrong or right?
Yeah.
I have to be prepared for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Jay. If I'm not prepared for everything, I'm not ready for this game.
So you're saying you felt like a parent if you're not ready for it?
No, shut up. I haven't felt as a parent. No, you never felt. You
Because
never.
I feel like you're putting extra pressure on yourself, and maybe some parents.
No,
listen
as
to
long
me.
as you're living, and you're above the ground, you have never felt you can influence their way they think. You have that choice. You never give up. You always try. Only under the ground, markaad dhimatid kadib, shakadu waa xun tahay. That's a different story. And that has nothing to do with your real life ended. So you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that's true. True that.
See, and messages are flying through. Why people sending messages? Why can't somebody come on the thing? FA, you're giving me too much questions here. Why don't you come up on the thing?
Is that the Gates is in the building. Assalamu alaikum. Big up, my family. Yeah. It's a FA Bowyer Day. Another Sakor. Another.
Give us your opinion. Wallahi, your opinion is welcome. We're not gonna.
Yeah.
xumaan ma aha meeshan waa la sheekaysanaya waa lasla sheekaysanaya waa lasla hadlaya. Why are people scared? Why Ahmed T running away now? Why am I Bashir running?
Ahmed T Ahmed T after 6 ساعات بيلقى بيده يلوشوكي.
Okay, kula jooga hadda taa uu naga cararay.
The substitution le dadka way soo wareejiyaan. Halka
Okay,
wara wareejiya. Are you saying was these debates coming from Meshi and school again? Hageni.
No, wallahi ma حقنا ما wallahi no. He's got Iranian channel, bro. It's like no, it's an open religious it's an open religious channel. This guy he speaks different. He has a podcast, right? Wallah, it's an open religion. He's not a Shia. He's Shia. I'm Sunni. The guy who owns with him is Sunni. The other people are what Skule has done. They have Skula or Shia or Sunni. These people are gifted. Oh, FA, salam alaikum.
وعليكم السلام ولا وعليكم السلام.
Thank you for coming on.
I want to understand where you're coming from. Are you saying you're trying to prevent your children from going onto the wrong path? I didn't understand what you were talking about.
No, the issue I had, let me explain to you. The issue I had was I came from a foreign room, right? Podcast. One of my friends has a podcast. He's an Iranian guy. Where I was working years back, for 14 years I worked in that place. We were friends. This guy is a very liberal Shia. He talks about everything and everything he does and all this and all of that. Marco, he opened a channel where every religion is welcome and they can talk. This is an open debate where you can argue. Man, I had to argue with people today telling me how liberal are Somalis when it comes to their kids in a different world. Like, wadankan ku soo koray oo dhaqankan bartay waxba ma ka taqaanin idinka iyaga yaqaana wax walba. You didn't have to share a bedroom with Batty Boy. You didn't have to share a bedroom with someone who's lefty or LBGT people. You didn't have to share a room with people who are atheists, Somali atheists, and things like that. I said, yeah, you're absolutely right. My experience, I can only talk about my experience. I'm telling you right now, I can only talk about my experience. So how liberal are Somalis being open to this when it comes to their kids?
So when you say how liberal are they, do you mean in terms of them sharing spaces with people from different backgrounds, or in terms of them picking up cultures, like different cultures, and becoming westernized?
No, what they see around them. In terms of what they see around them. You're not listening. What they see around them. They see these people doing things differently,
Mm-hmm.
and nothing's happening to them. Tomorrow morning, they're still fine. You see what I'm saying? So the kids
Yeah.
have choices. They have choices now. Where as a man, when I was younger, where I had to choose gabadha ka hela ama gabadhan ka helin, end of story. But now they're thinking differently. They're going broader. They're going, oh, naktas, ninkas, beshe,
Yeah,
beshe.
no, I understand. I understand what you see. But for me, I personally think it's not something that we can control. It's not something, as long as we live here, it's not something that we can control. The only thing, like you said earlier, that you can do as a parent is to educate your child. And the base, that the base, to have a strong to make sure your child's foundation is strong, of the understanding of who they are, where they come from, and understanding the reason why they're here in the first place. Deen taught in a, like, completely understand the deen. And when I say understand the deen, I don't mean learn the Arabic alphabet and learn how to read the Quran, but actually understand the religion and the fundamentals of the religion. That's the only way at Kibid Badisi. But other than that, even some people, even if the foundation of that child is strong, and whatever Ilahi is given, my personal belief is Ilahi has given everyone free will. So you cannot, we as parents, we cannot control. If my child is to become, subhanallah, an atheist, that's what's going to happen. And that might be my test on this earth. Do you understand? So if that's something that is going to happen, I can do everything. I can teach him the Quran. I can do everything, to make sure that my child doesn't go that way. But if that's something that he decides to do, then that's on him. That's not on me anymore.
No, then Ilahi no Qur'an.
And Ilahi wa Qur'an.
Allah, yeah, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, but what is your job until then? What is your job?
Your
To let them
job
carry
from
on?
when they, obviously
No,
your
is
job.
it your job to love them and carry on the way they're living and be happy with it, or is it your job to influence them as much as you can to change their mind?
You
Because
can try
that's what I believe in. I believe in qofka dacwada ma joogsato forever. Until I die, dacwada ma joogsanayso. I'm always going to tell you what to do better. I'm your parent. I always
No.
want you to proceed.
I agree 100%. And you see that even with the ashab, like Nabi Muhammad, when his uncle,
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, yeah.
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, his uncle, he didn't accept Islam, but he still loved them. He still loved them. You can still love someone just because you don't agree with someone, or someone doesn't follow your footsteps, or doesn't follow, your way of life. That doesn't mean inad qofka ad humaysid, but you can love them from a distance. I would say you can love them from a distance, because that's your child at the end of the day.
That's the thing. I don't want to be at fault when things happen differently. All I'm saying is, yeah, our kids are not exposed to what we have been exposed to. Aniga adiga maynu kusoo korin wadan oo liberal like that. iyaga waxay kusoo koreen waddan saas ah iskuullada primary schoolka hadda laga bilaabayaa inay baraan waxyaalahan. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
But
So
what are you going to do as a parent? What can you do as a parent? That's not on them.
I'm gonna teach them and embed it in them what I learned from the Quran. ما فهمتي? So like قوم لوط, teach them about everything that happened in history. Quran كدحيسة, everything that happened in history is in there. Do you know the reason why we read صدح قل والله in the Quran?
No.
Do you ever believed why? Did anybody explain to you why we read صدح قل والله and it equals to as if you read the whole Quran? Let me explain it to you. It's because one قل والله is for the past, one قل والله is for the present, and one قل والله is for the future. And that's exactly how the Quran is broken down. You guys have to read this and you have to learn. We have to educate each other much more so we can stay on top of this day game. In order to do so, we have to talk about this. We have to be liberals about this. We cannot be lefties or righties or say, this is haram, this is not halal. We know it's not halal and we know it's not haram, it's haram. But there are people out here who actually live in that life. And we have to respect them because according to our Quran, it says, Wadan Galba Chokta, you have to respect their laws.
But
So,
how long do you think, do you not think we should leave in the end? Because we've also been told, you know, if you can leave, then leave. Is that not something we should work towards?
No, the things I remember when I was younger and I was growing up, the things I remember the most, well, I grew up in Africa and I grew up in them places, yes. But when I came to the West and I saw these things for the first time, I didn't act differently or anything like that because I exactly remember what my father and my mother taught me. Especially my father. My father loved reading the Quran every day. Man, he read it for the last 60 years, nearly 40 years. 45 years. He finishes every 7 days. He finishes just Quran, and he tells me every day, every 7 days, I learn something new.
What if your child feels like they know better? And
I feel as they are learning better because I am doing that same sacrifice my father did. Now I'm gonna have to read the.
No, but what would you do? And he just wants to do his own thing. What are you gonna do then?
I'll still be a father. I'll still be around the corner. He doesn't want to know me. It's fine. If he can live without me, it's fine. I'll let him do so. But still a father, and I'll still keep an eye on it without him knowing.
So like I said there, you can just love them from it. It's not something we can control. I personally think we cannot control. We can only try our hardest, but we can't control what our children do. And that's why after a certain age, then after a certain age, from when they're young, but to when they're an adult, when they're old enough to make their own decisions, you just have to hope and pray, make dua, and hope for the best that your child, you know, goes on to the right path. But I think it's something that we cannot control. We can only try, and we can only try.
But can we not be open about what they're gonna come and ask you?
Yeah, 100% you should be open with your children. 100. You should be the first teacher to your children. Before anyone else teach them anything, you should be the first. You should be there before somebody else tells them.
Yeah.
That's what
I want to be in a comfortable position when my son comes up to me when he's 17, 18, 19, and wants to ask us someone question. He calls me out or he comes to me. I want to be in that position. I'm not going to lie to you. I'd rather be in that position and not be in any other position. I'll be honest with you because if that makes me liberal, yo, Ahmed T and all you man, yo, I'm liberal then.
What makes you liberal?
That's what they're saying. So because I'm open up and I want to talk to my kids about things like, listen, I'm invested in my kids.
No, that doesn't make
Spend
you
my
liberal.
time
That
there.
just makes you a good father that has a communication with their children and
Yeah,
that
I
can talk to
invested
their
in
child.
this youth.
Yeah, yeah.
They're my voice. They're my time. They're my efforts. They're my making.
Yeah,
You
no, I
understand what I'm
agree.
saying? So I want to be I want to be there the day they want to ask these questions, and I want to be educated enough and open enough to talk to them about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to make them feel bad about asking me these questions and
I know, I agree.
run away to a country where these questions don't say, all right, let's be honest, where does it not exist, LBGT? Come on, man, let's be honest. So that up to come on. Are you seriously honest? These things don't exist in any country in this world. Let's be honest.
No, it exists everywhere, but the only thing that you can do is educate your child, and anything they do after that, that's what I'm saying. It's not in our control. Maybe it's a test for you, just to test your patience.
You're absolutely
Your
right.
child can become your test. So maybe that is your test on this earth. And anything they do, what we need to understand is after a certain point, them bigoga is on them. That's on them. They started their own journey now and their own life. And the only thing that we can do as parents is to teach them and make sure they have a good foundation and make sure that this child knows, they can, like you said, they can always come back to their parents to talk to them about anything, regardless of how hard that conversation is, that the door is always open for them. I agree.
My older brother is nearly 45 plus. Yes, he was unfortunate to get married and things like that. He's still back to the parents. He still sees the parents every day.
Mm-hmm.
He eats with his parents every day. I'm back. I'm nearly 40. I swear to God, we always eat with our parents. My younger brother, same thing. My sister, I swear to God, we always come back to our parents. You know why I come back to my parents? Because they were open with us.
Mm-hmm.
They did explain to us there's a lot of things you will not understand in this life because we don't understand it either.
Mm-hmm.
This is not our country. You cannot treat this place as your own.
Mm-hmm.
And they told us the difference between our own and not our own.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew exactly what to expect. So it's what I'm saying. So now it's my turn to teach my kids, but my kids are born in this country. They're not born in Somalia.
Mm-hmm.
This is the issue I have.
Did you used to take them back when they were younger all the time?
Yeah, for the first 12 years, for the first nearly 9 years, yes. My
Mm-hmm.
oldest son is 13 now. For the first 9 years, yes.
Did that make a difference with them
Of
knowing?
course I did. Of
Yeah.
course I did. They learned different things. They knew they were different kind of peeps.
Mm-hmm.
They're not the same as those people in Somalia, nor they're the same the people in the UK. They knew they were different. They knew they were like their daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Alhamdulillah, I only had two boys. So my daughter, she's young. She's only 3 years old. So I'm still working on that. She's a COVID kid, man. I have issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because she's in the house all the time.
All the time because she was
Yeah.
born 1 year before COVID and we couldn't go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't, we have to teach her everything through, information, technology, and things like that. And she's becoming way smarter than the boys because when it comes to technology, she's only 3 years old and she's already knowing how to use everything. See, this is the thing that scares us the most. When I'm not there, what the hell is she watching?
Mm-hmm.
You
No,
know,
it's
so,
true. But it's not something you can control. It's not something that we can control as parents. You can control what your child's watching and screen time and stuff like that. But I feel like in terms of the decisions that they make as adults, that's in Allah's hands. And you just have to put your trust in Ilahi.
yeah, that's why faith jumps in. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm trying to say to them guys. But these people are like adamant. They
No,
say,
I think we're humans.
Ilahi created me like this. Ilahi
SubhanAllah.
created me like this. I pray 5 times a day and I'm this. All right, you're this and you pray 5 times a day and you still don't understand why you're praying.
But you see all the time, with parents, you see, not even forget LGBTQ or whatever. You see it with mothers and sons sometimes, where the mum is, you know, she puts so much into her son, it's hard for her to even let go of her son once he gets married. And then she has problems with her, you know, daughter-in-law or whatever. What we need to understand is, as parents, qofkan anu kumilihin, Ilahay baa samaystay, Ilahay created this person. Your responsibility as a parent is to teach them right from wrong when they're younger. And once they grow up, you need to sort of let go and let that person, you know, live their life, make their own mistakes, and make dua for them, and just have an open door for them where they can come back to you and ask for guidance if they need it. But we cannot control what our child does. Ilahi gave them free will. Who are you as a human being to take that away from them?
I'm
They're
nobody.
doing, imagine how many sins we do as human beings, and Allah still forgives us and He still watches over us. So who are we then? Because sometimes as parents we feel like, oh, I'm gonna send them back home. They're gonna check. No, that you're just making it worse. Just make dua and, you know, put your trust in Allah.
And you know it's not going to work. And you know it's not going to work.
It's true. Yeah.
And you know it's not going to work because whatever you try to do back home, they're going to be against it.
Yeah, no,
Guaranteed, because the way you send them is because of out of anger, out of reaction, and this is the outcome of that. So I cannot send them back home, nor can I send them back. All I can do is teach them in here, in my house, teach them better.
Yes,
You
that's
understand what I'm saying? I want him to grow up knowing. I actually taught my youngest kid, he's 10 years old. When your teacher comes to you and teaches you about two sexes and all that shit, ask him one question. And the question is, can two men who get together have kids? No. Can two ladies who come together have kids? No. So please, why are you here trying to tell me lies? Because I know when a man and a woman get together, there are kids. Please, can I leave the classroom? That's exactly the statement I taught my kids. And the teachers have no right to hold them back because they cannot answer their question.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
No, honestly, you can't. Because when two women get together, they cannot have kids. Oh, they can adopt. No. Can they have kids? Yes or no?
No, they
No.
can't.
So please, and can two? No, please. Why are you talking to me like this? Because I know for a fact when a man and a woman get together, they can have kids because I'm the results of one. You understand?
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
So the kid asks to leave the classroom. There's nothing the school or the government can do about it because the comfort of the kid comes first before everything else.
But do you
You
think that
understand?
that
This is
causes more of a conflict as well for them to, you know, every time that comes up, for them to leave the classroom? Because my personal opinion is just remove your child.
we only live in that classroom. We only live in the classroom where the teacher's teaching you about the religion. We're not living the classrooms where you're learning everything else. When it comes to maths and exercise and everything like that, yeah. Even if it's dressed like a man or a woman or a man dressed like a man, wherever, they only can teach you about maths. They cannot teach you about who they are, what they come from, or what they're doing. You understand what I'm saying? So they only teach you about certain subjects. So if you're going to learn the maths, stay there. Learn the English, learn the science, learn everything. But when it comes to religion, if the teacher comes to you and talks to you about all this, you tell him, please, can I ask you one question? You're my teacher, yes. Can I ask you one question? That's it. And if you cannot answer those questions, please ask him to leave the classroom so you can wait until the class is over because you can't answer your question. As simple as that. And my kids have done it 2 times already. I've been called to the school and I had to explain myself. And I said to the teachers or the head of the years, I had to ask them the same question. I said, is it true? What are you trying to teach them? No, let's be honest. What are you trying? My son asked you, if 2 men get together, can they have a kid? No. If two women get together, can they have a kid? No. It's only a man and woman who can have a kid and move on a generation. Yes or no? Yes. So what wrong are my kids asking this question? No, no. We're thinking this is something that the extreme. Extreme in what way? Extreme against who? Explain to me, because I want to understand. I am not fighting with you. I'm not asking, I'm asking you. I said, what is extreme about it? It's a truth, honest question. He said, we have to have this discussion again sometime. That's both of my teachers said the same thing, and I've never been called back again, and my kids have never been into any sexual classes ever again.
Mm-hmm. Have they removed them then from the class?
No, they haven't. My kids ask to move every time. They come into the class. If they don't like the subject, they move.
Okay.
And they never ask a question again. Wallahi, they don't. No government can hold against me. No government can talk to me about it. Nothing. Because nobody can answer these questions. It's the honest truth. How is this gay people are born? If a woman and man don't get together, how the hell are the gay people born?
Yeah, that's good. That's actually a valid point. And they can't. I understand. They cannot. It's actually quite a clever way of doing it, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. My kids, I swear to God, wallahi, I'm serious. My oldest son got caught in a secondary school in year 8. And they pulled him up and he said this. And then I got called at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I said, fine, I'm coming to the school. And then when I go to the school, I'm sitting down with the head teacher. I asked him the same question. He couldn't answer it. And he said, yeah, all right, from now on, we just put in different class. I said, fine, thank you. That works for me. And for him as well. Because you can't answer his question. As a teacher, you're supposed to answer the student's question. You're here to teach them better. You can't go around saying, oh, two men could get together and have a kid. No, it doesn't work like that.
No, yeah.
Or two, and the worst thing is, yeah, at work, they asked me, this 4th of July in the UK, is it the 4th of July? I don't know, this rainbow thing they do. My manager comes over to me and he goes, yeah, how do you guys feel like wearing a rainbow tie for tomorrow? For the 4th, this was like the 2nd of July. And he goes, the 4th of July, how do you guys feel like wearing a rainbow tie? I said, I have no problem wearing a rainbow tie. Only one issue I have is, can they wear on the 3rd of July, can they wear heterosexual tie for me? Can they wear a white tie with a heterosexual sign on it? Then I will wear the rainbow tie. Because I believe no gay people will exist in this world if women and men should not come together. And then the manager goes, why are you being so difficult? Why can't you not just say no?
Mm-hmm.
You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, but it's only going to get worse. I personally think it's only going to get worse. And we're going to see a lot more of this in society.
Yeah, but there's things they cannot definitely do.
I know, but we need to learn as Muslims, how do we live alongside those people?
Yeah, so absolutely right. I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. But things you have to remember is these people are like this. They're not gonna give up. No, we. They got a lot of money behind them.
Mm-hmm.
The government actually looks after these people more than it looks after normal people.
But do you not think the aim should be to leave this place anyways? Because if I personally, if a place is, you can't practice your religion the way you should, and there's too much fitna, should we not leave the place?
Yeah,
for
you
the
can.
sake of Allah, should we not?
You're
Should we
allowed
all,
to.
as Muslims, should we not all agree on this? For the sake of Allah, if you can
You
leave.
are allowed to leave, but look around you. They are everywhere.
I
The
understand, but
fitna,
it's worse here, isn't it, than certain other countries? They are everywhere. It's not something that you can
In all right,
escape.
no disrespect to Muslim countries, they are in hidden. They are in hiding. These people are in hiding. People who believe in these things are in hiding in Islamic countries. They're hidden because they're scared what the outcome will happen. You understand what I'm saying? Like we have leaders, like world leaders right now, like King Solomon. Look at it. He's authorizing everything.
Mm.
You know, so we're gonna end up having leaders like that. Same. So it's a question of whether we accept it or not. Any king who doesn't accept it, or any queen or any president, they get pushed over. They got power to do that now. The reason why I say we should do it in the worst place possible is because then we're ready for the easiest places in life. So our kids can deal with easiest places. If we can deal with it here, they can deal with it in Oman, they can deal with it in Somalia, they can deal with it anywhere. You see what I'm saying? It's a question of how they react to it. You know, you have to think about these things educationally, intellectually. Don't be silly. They can fight with us, they can talk with us, they absolutely have rights apparently nowadays. You okay? Hello, Khalid. Khalid, where are you? Hello. It looks like I'm only talking. If you people don't agree with me, please let me know. Because I want to know if I'm wrong so I can go back to the books and learn more. No, honestly, if you have an opinion, come on. Let me know. Hello. Listen, guys, I agree. Salma, wallahi, yeah, I agree with you. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I got bullied by these people today. All right, fine. They just came around and I kept talking about it. Yeah, الرقة ونكسن دقيس صاحب. I'm not telling you that our countries do not permit this. They do not permit this. We know that. But you guys have to accept that these people are living like this now. We live in their countries. We do not live in our countries. Why can we not understand that? And our religion says to respect other people's law in their own country. This is the people we have to respect with. And unfortunately, you and me are grown up. Our kids are not. These are the people who are going to grow up with these people, who's going to do things with them, share lifetime with them, be friends with them. You see what I'm saying? You guys have to accept that as well. Come on, guys, please, let's not be controversial about the old school things. Be open about it, man. Let's talk about it. Okay, Raghunaxon, can you prove that article? You can't go around saying things like that. Can you prove the article? Please prove the article. Where does it say our religion does not permit for us to respect other countries' laws? Can you explain that to me? And I will show you where it actually says. I don't know. And I do not, wallahi, I'm telling you right now, I do not permit the LGBT thing going, but I have no choice but to respect that because these people are living. You're not understanding where I'm coming from, guys. Khalid, can you add FA, man? She's on the background, man. What the hell is wrong with you, man? Oh man, Khalid again. I don't know what's going on, my guy. Yo, Khalid, can you add FA onto the panel? She's back. She finished the phone call.
This is the Vodafone voicemail service for 079799326 Please leave a message.
For those people who are asking, Wallahi, I do not know where he is. I'm trying to get a hold of him. Khalid, where are you, Khalid? I sent him messages. I called him. Maybe he's doing something different. Maybe he's stuck in the toilet. I don't know. Subhanallah. Let's give him a chance. Yeah, Regwanathan, go answer my question. Where's your questions? Wow, Salma, that was a hard one. I like that. I know they will never be happy, but why should I follow their ways of law? It doesn't mean I respect their ways of law. Doesn't mean, Salma, I'm following them. Okay? I don't go around slicing every guy who believes in differently or every guy who thinks he's different. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to cut their heads off. I just respect them and move on. It doesn't mean I believe their way of law. It means I respect them because I'm a guest in their own house. You cannot go around telling people that. Inshallah, FA, we should. But sister, Allah Akbar, yo, and was arkitona, inshallah, another time. Salamullah. It's a question of not them being happy with me, Salman. It's a question of me being against them all the time. I have to be in their face like they are in my face. Have you seen them giving up, convincing us to be like them? No. Nor should I give my time up or anything like that to not convince them to come like us. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is two wars against each other here. I should never give up, nor should they give up. But this is how the devil works. He lives until the end of time. I don't. I can only live in my lifetime. But my lifetime, I guarantee you, I'll be against them. And they will be against me. That's it. We stand in front of each other and we tell each other we're one. You guys got the wrong perception of things. Be open, don't be narrow minded, and think about what you're saying when it comes to your religion. Be educated in your religion and make sure you share your attributes. Do not let the enemy share their attributes. That's the idea of winning a battle. We might not win it in our lifetime, but hopefully our kids' lifetime, you never know. Allahu Ya'lam. Be open. Don't shut yourself from guys like these people. They're diseased people. Dadka jiran ma rabtid inaa wax u sheegtid? Don't be scared to attack them either. Hey Khalid, hello, Kay, K, where are you? K, where are you? K, where are you? Something wrong with K. Is sleeping or I don't know. Maybe when it looks like we're gonna stay here all night on our own. I'll answer your questions. You put your questions on the panel, please, and I'll answer. This is Yabare segment. Anybody interested talking? Let me talk. I wish I can put all of you on, but K's got that control at the moment, and I'm calling him. He's still not. Looks like we're stuck on my segment until K comes back, and let's give him some time. Yo, anybody want to say anything? Jump in. Yeah, well, I agree with you, Summer. What we always put our children in their schools, and yet we say this is Gallo school in our country, and that's hypocrisy. Yes, absolutely right. These things happen, but we can't help it because we don't have. Some of us cannot afford Islamic schools in this country. It's money. Where we used to have it free in Somalia, we don't have it free here. It costs money. There's nothing we can do about that. So some of us cannot afford it. So we are stuck with putting our kids in, state schools, what they call a state school, and then hope for the best. But you can teach them at home what they need to learn to go and fight in that state school. Because when it comes to the teachers in that state school, not only are they teaching them, they're also trying to break them down. You can't let your kid be broken down. You have to fight back. I finished in Hertfordshire, bro. I finished my university. I finished in Hertfordshire. I took a degree in ACCA accounts. And then I continued another year to get my professionalism. But that during that year, before I got my professionalism, priorities changed. My wife got pregnant. I had kids. Life changed. So I started working. Uh, housing properties. I started working in properties where we manage properties and look after properties for rich people mainly. And Baker Street. Since then, I never looked back. And now I do cybersecurity. I qualified in cybersecurity. I spend my money and my time on it, and I'm doing all right, alhamdulillah. We do not promote, nor do we permit like rainbow colors. Ninkan Ayak, ITAC or what? Let me get your name right, bro. Give me a second. ITAC, yes, ITAC. Please don't misunderstand us. We do not promote them. We're not liberalism that way. We are always against them, but we do respect them. This is where you guys are coming wrong. They do exist in this life where we live in this country where we belong. You understand? The banks we use, the Tesco's we buy food from, the things we use. Go to Hackney, there's a rainbow zeb crossing on the floor. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Please pay attention to the surroundings around you. We do not control it. We as Muslims do not have control over this. Nor do we have any power over it. So, what we can do, according to our religion, is to respect it, whether we like it or not, yeah, and live amongst it, but to convince people to change. That is your job. Tomorrow, your job is to convince these people not to do what they're doing. But if you can't do that, bro, it takes a lot more than the rainbows and things like that to do so. Next question, please. No, we're not liberals. We're not liberal. You are misunderstanding ITAC. Why you keep going back to this liberal business? You keep punching this liberal area every time. I am not asking you to be liberal. For me to ask you to be aware of certain things does not make you a liberal. It just makes you a guy who's aware about certain things. That's not liberal. That is knowing your surroundings around you. Remember what I said, your surroundings affect the way you act. Remember this. Yes, Salma, you're absolutely right. But these are questions we have to deal with. We don't know who made it. Maybe Disneyland made it. Who knows? But this is how we get ahead in this world. We need to have those PhDs. We need to have those degrees. We have to have that college certificate. We have to have everything. In order for you to get somewhere in this life here, right now, in this country, they don't really care who you are as long as you got the qualification and you made it. If you made it and you have the experience and you have the friends necessary, you can be who you want to be. You know. So they don't hold you back. This is the things we cannot control. This is not our power. This ain't an Islamic country. ITAC, that's where you're wrong, bro. Their lies will never become hard because we have our own truth. Book and Qur'an again and again and again. We live in the Quran. We believe in the Quran. We listen to the Quran. We read the Quran. There is no way they can manipulate the Quran. So why would you say their lies? Yeah, their lies will become enough true for those people who don't believe in nothing. Mainly the atheists, mainly diluted people, the jahilin and things like that. Yes, but not for those people who are the believers. It will never affect you because Allah will cover you from that. Yeah, I agree with that. They lie to us, they tell us everything. Up to we live in a time where we take the liar to become a truthful man and a truthful man as a liar because that is the systems that are in place right now to make sure things like that happen. You know? So we're not worried about that because we believe in the Quran. It actually tells us in the Quran, it says in the Quran, inside the Quran, there will be a time when when the leaders become liars and the truth tellers become liars. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a question of that. It's a question of what we believe in. Annaga waxa haysano Quraanka. So that should not affect us at all. You and me, we should not be affected. It's those people who have no belief and those people who are deluded and those people who are jahilin and those people who are pagans. We are not pagans. We believe in Allah. We believe in Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We believe in the religion. So you're not worried about those people at all. We as a believers should be stronger than these people and 10 or 5 steps ahead. Wallahi, I'm serious. We should be 5 or 10 steps ahead because we have it written from Ilahi, the Creator. He is the best of planners. Subhanallah. Allah is the best of planners. That's not a lie. You understand what I'm saying? So we as a believers should believe what we have and be grateful for what we have and be a couple of steps ahead of these people. All I'm saying is I'm getting you prepared for things that our kids might ask us. I'm telling you, man, they're gonna live in life with these people. They're in primary school today. Tomorrow they'll be in college and secondary schools. The day after they'll be in universities. And the day after they'll be sharing offices with these people. You never know. His office manager might be a guy who's wearing a skirt and big tits and everything, and telling you, "Yeah, I'm a woman with a beard." You know, Subhanallah. This is normal for these people. You know, it's not normal for us. It's not normal for us to understand these things, but it's normal for them. It's okay for them. Well, not only do we have to respect him as a manager, but oh God, Subhanallah, it's hard. It's very, very difficult. You have no choice but to raise your kids here. They were born here, bro. What choices have you got? Oh, I'm gonna take them back home, and they're still different down there. They're not, they're still different, and they have that perception of this country here. If you cannot succeed in here, how the hell do you expect to succeed in the country over there? We can't be runaways. We have to succeed in here in order to succeed there. How are we going to win against these people if we cannot succeed in their own countries? If we cannot teach our own kids the right things? This is the question I ask. We have to teach our kids the right things in this country and succeed in this place in order to succeed in anywhere in this world. They have the freedom of this world then. They're educated well enough to travel anywhere and believe exactly what they've been taught on what Allah says and what the Quran, said. You know, it's very difficult for you not to teach them here and then try run them in Somalia. When you teach them in another country and you run away from here and you teach them in another country, do you know what you're teaching them? You're teaching them when it gets too difficult to run away and go back to Islamic country. We might not have many of them left in the next 20 years. Look around you. I can take them to Somalia, where in Somalia, let's be honest, they admire everything in the West. They follow everything in the West. Some of our music has become perverted like the Western style. Some of our influences have become perverted like the Western style. Let's be honest. Okay? They admire everything in the West. Okay? I take them back to Somalia and then do what? Teach them what? That the West is better than Somalia? That's exactly what people in Somalia are being taught right now. They are a third world country and the West is the first world country. That's exactly what they believe. It's not the truth, but that's exactly what they believe. That's what is being sold in Somalia. Everything the West has, Somalia should have. Man, there's guys who live in broke life, but they still have a Pro 11 or Pro 12. They have iPhone Pro 12. He's doing his TikTok and everything down there. Whoa, you'll be surprised. Why do you think people take boats and actually risk their life and lose family members just to come into the West? How many pictures have you seen of that, bro? Because they advertise the West as the better life than the East or the West or anywhere else. They advertise this lifestyle better and market it better and sell it to Africans, sell it to Middle Easterns, sell it to the countries where they believe these people, people are lower than them. And people actually try to come in here. Some people actually sold their kidneys in order to come to the UK. Subhanallah. Do you know how hard that is? So, wow, wow. No, honestly, you have to admit, these people, they did what they had to do, man. They marketed it very, very well. And once you come in this lifestyle, how much better is it than the lifestyle you led back home in Africa? You never own anything in this country. In Africa, you owned everything you had. And here you own nothing. You're one paycheck away from being evicted from everything. Wallahi, Shiro Higa, you're a comedian. You're a comedian, bro. I like what you just said down there. What? Kids who are raised in Somalia might be extremists, but kids who are raised over here, they might chop off their thing, yeah? Without their parents' consent. MashaAllah. That's a statement enough. That's a statement enough. But that's the idea. This is where we are here for. This is the actual thing we're fighting against. They will never reach that level because you're educating them better. You're teaching them better. You're opening them to the Quran. Do you not know the Quran is a living being? Bro, the more you read the Quran, the more it opens up to you and the more it teaches you about this world. Wallah, it's a living book. That's the only reason why, even if we destroy it, it will still come back. Because it's not time for it to die. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Wallahi, Quran is more important than anything else. This is the reason why I'm trying to teach you. This is the reason why I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to teach my kids more and more. But I actually agree with you because that's exactly what people will think. That the kids who grew up in Somalia, they'll be extremists. But the kids who grew up in the West, they might chop off their dick without their mother's consent or daddy's consent. I actually agree with that statement. You absolutely bang on. But this is the reason why we are in the West to avoid that. It will never happen because our kids will follow the Quran and they will not become an extremist. They will be better than an extremist. They will be on top of all these people and say to them, listen, you're deluded. Please, can I help you? No, I'm not related to Machiavelli X. I'm a Somali brother, bro. Well, I'm educated. I learned this country up to one birthday. I will go to the libraries, I read books, and I educate myself, bro. When I get bored, I don't look at Facebook or TikTok or anything like that. I love reading books. I'm addicted to reading books. Nowadays, I read a lot more Islamic books than anything else. I want to learn a lot more because I want to be ahead of my kids. I want to answer their questions when they ask me, man. I want to be open with them. I want them to see everything in this world because it's not my time of living, it's their time of living, my time of educating them. So that's the difference. You know, Alhamdulillah, Allah is using me to take care of my kids, to provide for them, to be a father for them. And all. Even if I wasn't here, imagine if I died the day we were born. It makes no difference. Allah would still let them live and look after them, let them eat and do everything. But Allah is using me today. He's using me to care for them, teach them, educate them. That's a privilege. Wallah, that's a privilege. You know, I think that's a privilege in my point. No, honestly, I enjoy it because I want to educate them. I want to teach them. I want to make them strong. I want to make them stronger than I was. I want them to be ready for this world. Yeah, Allah is the one who takes and gives you the power. Yeah, bro. Allah also gives the power to those people who work hard for it, those people who make the choices and live that life. You understand what I'm saying? So there's no way Allah will stand in my way and let the Gala people live their way. If I'm strong in my belief, if I'm strong in my religion, if I'm strong in my rituals, bro, there's no way Allah will hold me back. It will make me better. Allah will make me grow fast, stronger and everything. And let them grow stronger and everything, and they will still be weaker than me. Definitely they will, because I'm in the righteous way and they're in the wrong way. You understand where I'm coming from? We have to wake up and listen and pay attention to what's around you. We live in a world where they don't care, man. A lot of people ask you about this. Do you believe in madab or these things? No, I believe in Allah and I believe in Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the story, man, madab, I don't understand what that means to me. I personally don't. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, let's not concentrate on the negative side of things, yeah? Or you guys are all coming up with the negative side of things and the religion and bits and pieces, man. Even the beliefs in this country and the things they're teaching. Let's not concentrate on that. Let's look at the positive side. Let's look at the winning side. Let's look at where we're winning and where we can do differences and things like that. Please do not concentrate on these bits where we are losing. This is the aim. We're trying to change that. Ali, that was kind of hard, man, giving it to ITAC. A brother is just sharing what he believes in, innit? You don't pray in order to give energy to Allah or do you gain energy from it. You pray to go to heaven, bro. Let's be honest. We pray so malaika ina kutukadan jannada and everything else. You don't pray to gain energy. You praying to gain imam. In this life, you gain something called imam. When you gain that, that's a different story. When you have the stronger your imam, the more reluctant you are to fail. Day in and day out, hour in and hour out, minute in and minute out. You understand what I'm saying? The devil does not give up on you. He will always try. You have to keep trying, fighting him. In order to do so, you have to have that strong imam. We pray 5 times a day. It's not only does it help our physical body, but our own spiritual body as well. It makes you strong in your belief. It gives you an imam. It makes you, you know, untouchable. It gives you this armor around you where nobody can come and touch you like that. You know what I'm saying? With prayer, it keeps you away from all the infidelities, all the sins, and all that. It gives you power over your desires, gives you power over your, what you wanted to do right there and then. But then you realize, what? Why should I do that? Because I'm only gonna end up being like that anyway. Only gonna last for a moment, but the prayer lasts a lot longer. That is the difference. That's the imam you gain from it. You become stronger in the belief you believe in. You tend to read the Quran more. You tend to move in the circles where you belong. You tend to eat different places or halal. You don't do the same way. Oh, McDonald's halal. A lot of people say that. It's a lie. We're lying to each other. If there's a halal shop right next to the McDonald's, it's haram, man. You can't eat around there. You know what I'm saying? So it's very difficult. The way we think, the way we do things, the way, man, it gets you out of trouble. Wallahi, salah that always keeps you sane and perfect and gives you a strong imam against all this. When we say imam, it's a willpower, the willpower to do things different, to withstand things, to say no to certain things and say yes to certain things, to have a choice in life. That's the imam. The imam is very, very strong. Once your imam is strong, wow, you only live young in this life. You get Eli will not imtihankaaga dabas it straight away. Yeah? Eli will not keep you in a place like this. He will comfort you and take you to a place where you belong to. You don't need to be in this place. Khalid, are you back? Okay, are you there? God. Faye, thank you. I like to be the last one to leave, man. That's the issue I have. I don't want to be the last one. I don't want to do that. I don't want to leave like, and you guys are not joining in or nothing. I would like to see you, Salma. We would definitely like to hear your voice. Jump in. Sister, come on, man. You've been very opinionated on the messages, and I respect your opinions and everything. Jump in. And no host is missing, man. Shirohige. Shirohige, that Japanese dude. Nobody's missing, bro. You can join in. Oh. Well, it's nice being talking to you guys. Well, nice reading your messages and being able to answer you all. I actually enjoyed this debate. Well, this segment of the panel. I would love to give more of my opinion and more and share it with you guys, and then you give me better ideas and things like that because I'm always open to it because my door is always open, it's never closed. Yeah, and inshallah ta'ala, we'll keep in touch. We'll see each other soon. Okay, and I don't know where Khalid is right now and if he's around, but I would love some of you to come on the panel and share your opinions, because I appreciate them. I honestly enjoy reading them and I honestly care answering them, you know. So, sisters and brothers, Allah na sobaryo wa sarkidonna inshallah ta'ala.